Welcome back to the OCA podcast. That's an intro we don't get to use that often. Joining me tonight, I've got Reze. Who sounds really far away and slightly off center. And Random 11.
He sounds closer than his mic or than his cell phone.
His phone. And Venom.
Hello.
And Greenline.
Who's going to throw one of you under the TV if it falls?
Oh. Yes, and I am the anime collector who didn't even have the doc open and never made a new brand identity or whatever that thing's called on the site.
Whatever.
Whoops. Okay. So, oh fuck. I just opened up Apple TV by accident. Hold on. I went to the share button and the doc popped up. Not the normal.
Unbelievable.
What show are you watching?
I don't even watch anything on Apple TV. It's just preloaded on the Mac. All right.
Nice.
Whew. Okay, guys. How is everybody doing?
Great.
Decent.
Good. So, let's get right into it. I feel really off about this today for some reason. If you guys like to support the OCA podcast and make sure that it doesn't feel this weird, why am I on the bottom? Reze. You know I top all of you.
It wasn't
you guys can support the OCA podcast by heading to ocapodcast.com/support. There, oh, look at that. We still need, by the end of June, we need $78.76 so that we can say that we are on the road to recovery, operating in the black for the first time by 2030 if we keep that up. You guys can donate to us directly this way, or you can head over to the Anime Collector Patreon and the OCA Podcast Patreon. You can also go to the Ko-fi and the Subscribe Star. Those are how you find those. Anyway, moving past that, let's get into the real show. So, I think we're going to have a fun show tonight, depending on how much I don't fall asleep. I am screen sharing on the wrong window. Let me bring this down here so it maintains our normal aspect ratio. So, Megumi Hayashibara apologizes after discovering caring about Japan is problematic.
They should have switched that photo. It should have been one of her holding up a newspaper and a gun to her head.
Oh, like, I gotcha. ChatGPT. I'm sure that's against the terms of service.
Yeah.
It says here, legendary voice actress Megumi Hayashibara, yes, the voice of Rei from Evangelion, and Lena Inverse, and countless other, Jessie from Pokemon, whatever. The list is literally endless. Has committed the unspeakable sin of saying she wants Japan to prioritize Japan. In a lengthy blog post, she bemoaned the country's apathy, the loss of manners, the over-accommodation of misbehaving tourists, and the strange new world where speaking up means apologizing on cue. Oh, where did that come from? Gross. Big old.
Your wife?
No, I don't know what that was. I'd probably pick something up off the carpet and put it on my desk, and it brought that with it. Or maybe it was attached to this Velcro thing. I don't know. Anyway, moving past that. In a rare moment of clarity from the entertainment world, Hayashibara aired concerns about Japan's indifference to its own decline. From students drowning in debt while immigrants receive free support, to the fading of unspoken cultural norms like lining up. Her post reads like a quiet scream into the void of modern Japanese self-erasure. She also dared, gasp, to question where tax money should go. Her suggestion? That it might be nice if it supported the Japanese disaster zones and local students before being handed out as foreign aid. Naturally, this could be called xenophobic because wanting to help the people who actually fund your country is now a thought crime. Hayashibara even touched on bad behavior from foreign tourists, people who cut bamboo in Kyoto and ignore local etiquette. But she was quick to self-censor after getting scolded by a Korean friend who warned her she might offend either the left or the right. She dutifully removed part of her post and apologized for hurting feelings, as required by current protocol. And yet, despite her edits and disclaimers, the core message remained uncomfortably clear. Japan is becoming indifferent to itself, eroding its own culture and standards while bending over backwards for foreigners. Megumi's Amiiblo blog post, which she has since edited, is this down here. So she says, "Is this really okay? I've started to become seriously worried." Content modified below. When I featured a Korean YouTuber, a Korean friend contacted me. They said, quote, "Right now in Korea, there's a division between the political right and left. If you appear to support the right, the left will be upset. If you seem to support the left, the right will be upset. You're just adding fuel to an unnecessary fire." I was scolded. The fact is, as an outsider, people may be hurt by me casually bringing up these things. It's late now, and I may just be pouring more fuel on the fire, but if anyone was hurt, I'm sorry. I removed that part. Don't see the point of even bringing it up then. Like, just remove it. Like, don't say that, here's all the things, and I remove them. Like, I can't reach the people already hurt, but I don't want anyone else to be. This tiny piece of writing probably won't get the message across, but what I wanted to express is how sad it is to me that Japan has become so indifferent to itself, even raising your voice is met with coldness. There's no rice in Japan, right? So this is obviously a problem. We've covered it. It is a combination of inflation, low crop yields, and, we didn't go live on Twitch because of the title. Stupid Twitch.
Bastards.
Yeah. How would I change this?
Put that in it.
Bastards. You got it. Oh, that's not an ad. Go live. Stupid idiots. So yeah, it's a yeah.
Bye. I'll be back. Mike put me in armor.
Yeah. Well, I hope it saves you when you crash and burn. All right. Goodbye.
Oh,
cool. That's one word. My wife is going for a motorcycle ride with her dad. Anyway.
Oh no. I'm sorry for your loss, buddy.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, it's the inflation, the low crop yield, and then record tourism in Japan. They now don't have rice, and the government has brought out the stockpiles and putting them on the shelves in order to try to quell this shortage. They're selling rice that was harvested 4 years ago, right? So foreign exchange students are receiving free aid, while Japanese students are stuck with scholarships they have to repay, which, let's be honest, means debt. It's the twisted reality created by negligence. We can't leave it to others. We have to go vote properly. We've reached the point where saying it won't change or it doesn't matter just doesn't cut it anymore. If we keep going like this, Japan's Japanness, our manners, behavior, skills, and maybe even our freedom of expression in anime might disappear. And in the middle of all this, we've got people staying in private rentals without manners, tourists who don't know the meaning of yielding, and people carving up Kyoto's bamboo. If we don't put proper rules in place, then we need to enforce the same rules on everyone, foreigners included. I guess this is where the harsh expressions were removed. I I use certain examples that ended up hurting uninvolved people. I've learned from this. Thank you for pointing it out. For example, if we don't maintain the unspoken rule of lining up, we'll end up in a world where following rules just makes you lose out. I'm not denying any specific country. Japanese shirt.
Oh man.
Japanese shirt when.
I heard Japan-ness, and my autocorrect was Japanese.
It's just a picture of the island of Japan with the censor bar going across the top island.
Oh my god.
Oh boy. Whoa, that will be a great seller. Oh man. Okay. Where was that? Oh man. For example, if we don't maintain unspoken rule of lining up, we'll end up in a world where following rules just makes you lose out. I'm not denying any specific country, but shouldn't Japan's tax money go first and foremost to those who pay taxes, including foreign residents who pay them, of course, and to Japan's disaster hit regions? Gas is going to be $10, you think, because of the Iran stuff? Because I get the feeling that that is going to amount to nothing. I think that was... well, we'll talk about it in a minute. Where was I? And to the students who are currently supporting the future of Japan, is that really xenophobia? If Japan itself becomes worn down, we won't even be able to offer hospitality anymore. Sure, secret political money is worse and a bigger issue, but regardless, or she's talking about the slush funds that they have in politics in Japan. For those with the right to the right to vote from 18 years old, I just want them to rethink what that right means. Political statements really are difficult, aren't they? One of the parts of the post she deleted translated to, "It feels like the Japanese crayfish got devoured by invasive species in the blink of an eye." Oh, okay. It says here about Megumi Hayashibara's like invasive species of crayfish thing. Why she compared to crayfish? Well, there are 3 species of crayfish in Japan. Japanese crayfish, the only Japanese native species, pushed out of their habitat by invasive crayfish species and are now endangered. They have a gentle nature and don't actively hunt. Instead, eat fallen leaves, insect/fish carcasses, which help purify waterways. They grow slowly and are difficult to breed. Signal crayfish, an invasive species from North America, designated as a specified invasive species, which is harmful to ecosystems, human life, or agriculture, large in size with strong reproductive capabilities. They carry diseases that Japanese crayfish have no resistance to. American crayfish also have a designated invasive species. So this is the American one. What was the previous one called? Signal. They not only prey on native fish species, but also cut down aquatic plants, destroys waterside environment. Okay, as a Japanese person, somehow I suddenly feel I am a crayfish. In an industry built on manufactured emotions and scripted performances, Hayashibara's realness stands out like a sharp edge. That she even had to apologize for voicing her concern over her own country's well-being says everything about where Japan and the wider world is headed. When defending your culture requires trigger warnings, maybe the real expression problem isn't political. It is societal amnesia. So, what do you guys think? It's, I mean, the writing's been on the wall for quite some time, right? In terms of just geopolitically across the entire world. It's been fucking obvious
Yeah.
that we've been heading in the direction that we now find ourselves in, having just bombed Iran, and the rest of the world finds themselves in, such as Japan, dealing with a population crisis that is not getting any better. If anything, it's getting exponentially worse every minute, because as more of their old people die, the population just shrinks because it's not being replaced, right? This is creating a huge fucking issue for them. And due to the socioeconomic difficulties of the current, what would be the proper phrasing for this? Living in a debt-based society pretty much ensures that if you aren't constantly expanding the market, that you're actually poisoning the future of your people. And that's, I think, a scenario that everybody in the United States feels, everybody in Japan feels this. This is the current economic climate of property value dramatically increasing due to dramatic inflation that every government will pretend isn't happening, or downplay, or admit it, but say, oh, it's only like 1% of the real truth, right? Referring to the levels of inflation we're experiencing, right? I don't know. What do you guys think about this? This is...
I mean, we've been covering it on this podcast for what feels like years. It's just, it's the slow poisoning, death by 1,000 cuts. The slow erosion of, Japan as it stands. Hopefully there's an upturn, but hopefully, the pendulum swings back. I don't know what it would take for Japan to recover as far as like its culture, its country, its everything else. And I can't speak for the world at large, but like here in America, there's, the pendulum is slowly swinging back to, this is no longer considered racist, xenophobic, or, it's just whatever bullshit people like to throw out there.
So, and this is kind of how I think about it right now. There is a movement, if you'll call it that, sort of going on in the United States called Black fatigue and gay fatigue, right? And it's sort of like a social media movement, just sort of highlighting how fucking sick and tired people have gotten over entitlement in certain groups, right? And everybody's been feeling it the entire time, but the mask is slipping in terms of how polite we're being about it, right? I think that the whole world has been getting preached at that, oh, we're better, stronger together and all these different things. And I think Japan is feeling the fatigue of that, right? Pretending what we are experiencing fatigue from globally is a fatigue felt from upholding a lie, a flowery, rosy, beautiful lie that everybody wishes were true, but reality is not the way people wish it were. And so you can pretend, oh, wouldn't it be so wonderful if everybody came together and united and there wasn't conflict and we all lived together, right? And then you have the groups largely driving this, right? The Caucasians. And they're the ones like olive branching and open arming and everything. And then you have the groups like the people in LA right now who are waving the Mexican flag and burning the American flag. You have all these groups who are supposedly the ones that the Caucasians are inviting to be a part of their system, who instead are saying, no, fuck you, fuck your country, viva Mexico, right? All that kind of shit. And again, this is where the fatigue sets in, right? Because it's not about every, Hispanic individual, right? There are plenty of legal immigrants who come here, they work their asses off, and they are grateful to the country. I was reading
And
a
they're
post.
giving their like neighbors and compatriots are giving them a bad name, like that
Exactly.
that are actively like because there
Right.
are hardworking, extremely hardworking
Right.
immigrants, who are here legally, and it's just like the hardest fucking working people you've ever seen.
Well, yeah, I mean, and the income bracket for most immigrants, especially from like West African countries, is goddamn insane. The level of work ethic and trajectory that they find upon arriving in America and becoming citizens and dramatically excelling because they've come from nothing, right? And actually put themselves to work to get something out of the country, right? I saw a post yesterday or sometime recently about Desi Arnaz, the guy who played Ricky Ricardo in I Love Lucy, and it sort of talked about him fleeing Cuba and becoming an American citizen, and just sort of talked about how grateful he was to America, that the tremendous success that he experienced when he moved here and became a star, right? And I just think that, like, obviously that's the missing element in the current state of affairs. And obviously, and again, the problem is significantly more complex than the way I framed it, which was that the fatigue is coming from embracing a lie because you wish it were true, right? That is the simplest explanation of exactly what's occurring. But on top of that, there's dramatic things going on where, for example, you have groups whose express purpose is to undermine the country itself. And so they're actively pursuing policy that actually makes it so that doing things the wrong way intentionally, in terms of like, look no further than the caravans turning around when Kamala didn't win. You know what I mean? Like, just look no further than the obvious nature of the largest immigration ever in the country coming through. Biden selling the remaining pieces needed to build the wall, selling them at auction at like pennies on the dollar, right? Just like absolutely every possible effort being made in order to undermine the security and system for the country in order to let the problem balloon up and become worse, right? And so I just think that like Japan is experiencing something similar. And this is like, I've been saying this from year one of the podcast. I wish I had time to go through all the timestamps, but I take screenshots every fucking time I predicted war was coming, right? God damn it, Reese. I'm going to start texting you nonstop until you shut off that fucking phone, right? But I've been talking about this for quite some time because it's been fucking obvious to me, right? The world is in a status right now of being destabilized, right? Like, obviously, there is no comfort, right, that is going to allow countries to settle down and deal amongst themselves. And I look at what's happening in Japan right now, and I look at Megumi's post, and it reminds me a little bit about the state of Germany after World War I, right? And it gives rise to, the types of leaders that allow for dramatic shifts in the state of affairs in your country, right? And for things to get fixed in Japan, it is going to require a pretty fucking massive overhaul, right? Like, this is going to be something where I don't even know how you would do it. Like, it would be almost like an embracing of communism level of correcting things, because you would have to seize assets, you would have to forgive debt, you would have to provide housing and whatnot. Like these are all dramatic shifts to circumvent and get around the problems that people are currently feeling, right? In order to allow that precious bit of extra time and energy people need in order to even start thinking about having a family. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't have a optimistic outlook on where things are going to go in Japan. I do think that before it fully submerges itself and ends up, underwater, I guess, for lack of a better term, I do think that we are going to see it burn out like a dying star, and there will be some interesting geopolitical events occurring, I think, in the future. So that's just my sort of spiel on it. I don't know if you guys have any more thoughts you want to share.
I think that culture is not static. So, like, the idea of like them trying to hold on to a specific point in time, I think is not going to work out in the long run.
What do you mean by that? So I am clear. When you
Like-
say like the lineup culture?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, for example, in Canada, we're having this problem too, right?
Mhm.
Although for different reasons.
Papa slots.
And
Mm.
yeah, well, a number of different ethnic groups have been allowed in the country,
Mhm.
and they have different cultures, and
Mhm.
a lot of them, whether it's because they were already low economically, or if they were, if like for whatever reason, a lot of the new immigrants are turning to crime.
Mhm.
Okay, whether or not that's they were criminals before they get here, or their low economic status has provided an opportunity for the criminals here to entice them to do crime now here. But we are seeing an uptick in like car thefts for sure definitely in the Toronto area, and that wasn't a thing. And like when my grandparents were younger, like even when I was younger, and I would go to my grandparents' house, their door would be unlocked, even if they weren't home. Like they would go on vacation and just leave their front door open. Now
Damn.
you do that, you're gonna get all your shit taken, right? So that's a difference in culture, and it is kind of like what she was saying with the lineups. As soon as people start not doing the lineups, it's like a game theory, right? If you rat on your friend, like the system is incentivized for everyone to rat on their friend, right? But it's better if no one rats on their friend. So again, just like the door thing, it's like the system is incentivized for people to take advantage of your unlocked door and help themselves to do your shit. But it's better for everyone if they didn't. And same with the line, right? It's set up that if there isn't going to be people policing a line, and so mobbing the door to get what you want is going to help out, or is going to work out better for you, then people are going to be more incentivized to do that.
So
But
what you're describing is what the libertarians call universally preferable behavior, right? It's like there is, in order for society to thrive in that situation, it requires everybody to acknowledge certain key things, right? Like human beings need to all acknowledge their own responsibility, and they need to also operate under a type of behavior that is universally preferable, right? And so in Japan, they have a culture where their mode of operating on a day-to-day basis, for the most part, is uniform, meaning that, like, for example, when you're on the highway in the United States, it's designed intelligently so that when you're in the on-ramp, you will zipper in to the cars, and yet nobody fucking seems to understand this, and they all just try to shove their way into the front of the pack and then just kind of merge in front of everybody at maximum speed.
Well, I mean, there's different. That's a whole separate thing, because there's actually two different scenarios of what's happening and what's better at what situation, and so people just get confused, in my opinion.
Sure.
And then there's people that just don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Another example would be like roundabouts, which are like the large circles where the traffic is always kind of moving, and roundabouts are stressful, not because I don't know how to use them, but because it seems as though I'm the only one who does when I get in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's because other individuals do not know what the fuck they're doing. This society collapses because they don't follow what are to everybody else obvious rules. And some of it's because you've got people who cross the border, never get an actual driver's license, obtain a car somehow, and start driving on the street. You know what I mean?
And Canada had that problem too, where we, through some investigations, it was found out that, you know, a certain demographic of people happen to get jobs at what Canada would call the DMV, or what the US would call the DMV, and we're giving away driver's license for money. Like, oh, just pay me money and you'll pass.
We had that same issue with the DEI stuff not too long ago. We were talking about that police chief who got elected, or not elected, but like got a promotion, and then started to exclusively elevate other black individuals in the precinct.
Yeah. So that's kind of like cultural shift. I won't call it degradation, but shift will happen over time. And ideally, what you would want as a society is to let in enough people that you are able to keep the shift, you know, like have you ever heard of the concept of a forever, not a soup, what do you call it? Another word for stew. Forever stew? Yeah, whatever. Where it's a pot and you just keep adding more shit to
so
it.
it's never been the broth has never been changed. It's just continually, it's like making hot dogs by boiling them and then never throwing out the water. That's your hot dog water.
Well, not really.
Increases the hot dog flavor subtly over time.
The idea is you make your stew and you keep the heat on always. So it never gets to a point where it can develop like bacteria and shit. So it's always food safe. And when you have a bowl of soup from it, you know, you'll top it up with other shit that you've made during the week or whatever to add to it.
Basically, keep constantly recycling leftovers.
Yeah. And so eventually, you know, if you keep having the same thing over and over again, you know, that stew will become more homogeneous, right? More like if you kept having curry or whatever, then your stew would become more curry. And so your goal is not to
basically like turning chicken noodle soup into beef stew.
Yeah, no, but you don't want to have too much of a culture, a specific culture come in to where it can not. I'm having a hard time wording this, but when you get people to come into your country, you want them to be able to adapt to your culture and not have them have their culture. And there's always going to be a back and forth.
You want to enhance the stew, not change the stew.
Yeah, there's always going to be a back and forth, but like generally you want to have them adopt your culture and norms, and not the other way around. And if you bring in too many people at once, then the other way around will happen. And I think their ability to replace their population being impacted, they are allowing more people in. And our issue was our GDP. Our issue wasn't, well, it is also our population growth, but the bigger issue right now is our GDP was shit. So our prime minister was just like, give us all the people. Instead of doing it controlled, he just let this flood of people in. And so now we're experiencing issues. And so Japan's going to have that too. But my main point was, while you don't want like crazy culture change, you can't, the goal shouldn't be no culture change, because there's always going to be culture change, right? Like the culture of the States in the 70s versus the culture of the state in the 90s, there was no real like huge immigration issue in the States that caused the culture to change. It was just a natural culture progression, right, between those 3 decades. So
Yeah.
culture is always going to move.
So there's this
So the
thing.
goal, just quickly, the goal
Yeah, go
shouldn't
ahead.
be to try and tie it down, right? But
Right.
it should be, grab the things that are important, hold on to those ones, and don't be so concerned about every single thing.
Mhm.
And then don't allow a mass influx of people that would otherwise be an unnatural shift in the culture.
Well, I see where you're coming from, and I can agree with it, but I also think that you may be approaching the premise here from a perspective that Megumi's statements are decrying that Japan is changing at all, and not more grounded in the idea that there are some things that are distinctly Japanese. And it's largely that way because of Shintoism, right? Japan has a way of approaching life that's unique compared to most cultures. And they have, I always forget the name of it, but they have like a term when it comes to like duty. They have a term. One of them is duty to oneself, and there's like a mirrored term to it that is duty to society at large, right? And this is like kind of just innately a part of Japanese culture. Now, there's this concept in vibrational frequency called entrainment. What?
No, nothing. I'm just laughing at you. Go ahead.
Entrainment is this concept where when you introduce a different frequency, like, so if you've got like a vibrational frequency and you introduce a lower frequency to it, the higher frequency gets brought down to the lower frequency.
Yeah.
Right. And so I think the issue that we have is that there is like, it's kind of like how it's really easy to spread around a bad mood, right? Like behaviorally, if you are not in a good mood, it's much harder to get the rest of the room as excited as you are than to get the rest of the room to be aggravated and agitated like you are, right? And so I think that the big issue is that it's kind of like how, like, for example, when I was in art school, the school that I went to was a for-profit institution, and their goal was just to make money. So there were a shit ton of kids that I went to school with who should never have set foot in an art school because they'd never drawn anything in their life, right? I mean, they didn't even have a working understanding of simple concepts. Some of them couldn't even draw a circle, without it being a weird, island shape. You know what I mean? Like, and those kids should not be graduated, right? Like, just generally speaking, the value of the curriculum that you're learning and the value then of the degree that you're acquiring is only valuable because of the grueling process, the checks and balances, and the output by the individuals who have made it through to the end of their schooling, right? So if you start to lower the bar, and I think you guys understand where I'm going with this because we've already had this conversation about DEI practices, but if you start to lower the bar, what you're doing is taking all the value that something once had, and you're smoothing it out in the beautiful, wonderful, everybody wishes it were true lie, in order to make the world bend over backwards to somewhat, if you squint a little bit, kind of resemble the lie you're trying to pretend is real, right? And I think that kind of is more towards my expression on what you said regarding, changing a little but not changing everything, which is that you're right. And I think that the solution then is to actually have standards for which you allow people to integrate into your country, just like how you should have an entrance exam. You should have standards for which people can enter higher education. When I was a kid, I almost got my GED and skipped the rest of high school so I could go straight to college, right? Like, I did not enjoy being in high school at all. And part of the reason why is because the curriculum wasn't interesting, right? I didn't value it. Especially being super hyper ADD, I didn't feel challenged and, captivated by the things I was studying. But number two, because the rest of the school felt the same way. And so you have people when you're in school who don't want to be there, and they're extremely disruptive. And my parents, like my mom, encouraged me when I was in that situation where I was trying to decide if I should, do the GED and just get the fuck out. Where she was telling me that once you get into college, there might be a couple of classes at the beginning that are kind of similar to high school. But at a certain point, you start to experience learning the way it should be, where everybody in there is there because they want to be there, right? Like, they're there to learn that thing. And so you get rid of the jokers who are disrupting class and making it impossible to actually, raise your awareness and higher your knowledge and skills and whatnot, because you've got people who are so bored that they got to make it about themselves or whatever, right? And again, going back to lowering the standards and whatnot to make it so that these things aren't difficult, they lose all their value, right? You basically turn college back into high school, right? By creating incentives where, free college for certain groups. And Japan is dealing with the same thing when it comes to the foreign students getting free, the foreign exchange students getting free education. But the actual Japanese having to pay and take on debt in order to, let's be honest, pay for that free education for the others, right? And so, I just think, I think the world, and look, we can talk about the Iran stuff in a second, but I think that the world is going to be in a situation very soon where it's going to start to evolve quickly. I've said this numerous times on the podcast. There's an old saying, there are decades where weeks happen, and then there are weeks where decades happen. Meaning all of a sudden, the world changes dramatically. When 9/11 occurred, there is a distinct pre-9/11, post-9/11 world, where all of a sudden, stuff you take for granted, all of a sudden you don't have it anymore. You can't go into the airport without getting body scanned and whatnot. You know what I mean? Like, it's just one of those things where I think we are long overdue for and I mean, we kind of had a real slow rolled one with COVID for a while, but I don't think that one took, right? I mean, yes, there's going to be dramatic effects down the line as the kids who grew up in isolation during the most formative years are going to start, becoming members of society who are not well adjusted. Like, we're definitely going to suffer the consequences of that, especially the damage it did to small business and the middle class and all these sorts of things, for sure. Like, this, don't get me wrong, this was a big thing, but I think we sidestepped the real dramatic issue. Just like on 9/11, I think we also sidestepped where that was going, where a lot of people believe we were looking at a full-scale martial law enacted because there were other planes that had other targets that were intercepted or whatever, and that had they been able to accomplish those missions, the world would be extremely different today, right? Same with COVID. I think they expected to get a lot more out of it than they ended up doing. The people who tried to weaponize it and cultivate, their own, what's the word? I guess what I'm trying to say is that in the near future, within the next 3 years, probably, honestly, could be the next 3 fucking weeks, I think that the world is going to change dramatically. And I weirdly feel shielded from it in the United States right now. I don't know if I should, right? I expect, weirdly, for a lot of the stuff that may happen in the next 3 months, 3 weeks, whatever, to happen here. But weirdly, I just feel like right now we're kind of in a good position. That's probably a dangerous thought to have, to be honest. But I don't know. I guess we're all sort of at a loss for words for the state of the world at the moment, and partially it's because we've been fucking saying this for like 11 goddamn years, right? But I don't know. Do you guys have any more you want to share? Anybody else?
Nope. I mean, if we continue, I think there's plenty to share, but if we continue, we'll be spinning our wheels on top of the fact that we have already spent enough time here. We're 45 minutes in. So I think we're covered.
Let's address some of the chats here. Japan wants to claim sovereignty of the fish. Yes, I like Megumi Hayashibara. She is all right. She's great. I don't watch anything that she's in Japanese so far as I know. Did she voice Sakura? She didn't voice Sakura, right? From Cardcaptor Sakura? That might be the only thing. Anyway. The U.S. is already a melting pot culture country. Japan and even China never need to be one, too. Exposing the war crimes the U.S. did will make Japan be Japan. I'm not seeing the logic there. Ken Akamatsu is still at fault for the gaijin coming to Japan. He is lazy. He could have showed videos of the gaijin doing war crimes on Japan. Do you mean soldiers? Because you say gaijin, right? So I'm just picturing Johnny Somali, I don't know, doing war crimes. Noriko Sakai did speeches to warn Japan about toxins. I think it was The View that tried to lie, saying immigrants are less likely to do crimes. They never said legal nor criminal for the immigrants. 99% of Americans don't know how to signal in roundabouts. Yes. Structures matter. A country is like a ship. You on the ship if you're the captain of the ship. All right. In art, you are allowed to make a creative expression you would want. Art school is just not needed. Okay. I don't think you followed at all what I was talking about. Hello, Cool 2T. Yeah, she did voice Lena Inverse. Yep, and Ray, the 2 things we listed. All right, the Japanese crayfish sound like a great pet. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's do pickups. You guys have any pickups you want to share?
Pickups.
I don't have a picture of it, but I can send it in the Discord.
Go get on it.
I am currently moving, so
Seriously.
getting more pickups. Oh,
I was waiting for somebody to bring up the literal third thing we mentioned. All right. Okay, I've got pickups if you guys want me to go first.
Go first.
I got this package
first
that was listed as from Right Stuff.
Oh, I saw that on Reddit. Yeah. Like their back catalog of
Yeah, I don't know. All of a sudden they've switched to calling it Right Stuff again instead of Crunchyroll. And I, in my head, was like, oh, it's going to be the Don LE, right? Then I opened it, and that ain't in there. Did I already get that? Did you get? I thought because you just got yours, Reese, that like this must be what it is, right? Like the Don. But I instead got Demon Slayer Hashira
Seaman
training
edition.
art. Yeah. And then in addition to that was Angel Heart, Lupin the Third, the live action movie, and the weirdest, grossest textured cover for My Hero Academia Season 7 Part 1. Reese, is it supposed to... Ugh.
Oh, that like the...
That looks dirty. It actually looks like... It just looks awful. Like, it looks dirty instead of, like, it's a texture. Because
So
there's not like a...
It's not actually dirty. It's just how
I think it's a texture. If it were me, freaking Crunchyroll, just to give you a design tip,
I'm pretty. They just reused the Japanese Blu-ray covers.
Well, if you had kept the texture underneath the layer that has the action lines, then I wouldn't look at it and go, ugh, why does it look so disgusting? Because I would be able to visually see that it is actually a intentional design and not just some grunge texture you threw on top of it and set to multiply or whatever. Anyway. Yeah, so that
they just reused the same Japanese Blu-ray volume covers.
Well, shame on them. So, let me find this window. Here it is. Bobby Hill picked up Persona 3, the movie, number 2, Midsummer Night's Dream. Yeah, I just don't know why the movie is separated into... Are they different movies?
Yeah.
So number 3, Falling Down.
Series.
Did these get released in the US? Are these part of the giant...
That looks like they might be the US version, but yeah, I thought they only... Well, sorry, there is no US version. There's only imports from Japan that we got over here.
Because isn't there one called like Persona Trinity Soul or something like that?
That's a completely different one that NIS had.
Yeah, so that's the large NIS America box set, right?
Yeah, those did have a standard, though.
They did. Okay. I didn't buy that yet. Oh,
I got the most important card in the set, Cactar.
Cactar, the Swatstikar.
Yep. That's... I mean, I got some other cards, but... You know, I didn't prepare them.
Yeah. Oh boy. It's a good thing his hand is up here and down here instead of the other way around.
I mean, he'd need to have one on his head for it to complete the swastika, right?
No.
No?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, because like
the arms have to be in different directions.
Well, if you put this one up and this one down, it would be closer. But you're right; it wouldn't quite because you'd need it up. Oh boy, this thumbnail is going to get me canceled.
Oh.
All right.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah. How'd you guys like the last thumbnail? That came out of nowhere, right?
That was a masterpiece.
Yeah. Audience, what do you think of it? Isn't it wonderful? No gay, no pay. Honestly, Randy with the chair was the thing that is like, all right, I'm doing this whole thumbnail now. I tricked ChatGPT into making Spider-Man somehow, and I'm like, we're off to the races. All right, cool. Let's get into this. So we got another big topic here. Unless you guys want to split it off because we're already an hour in. You want to skip this for today? How about we skip it and come back to it at the end of the podcast? If we even want to. How about we do that? I feel like we should
miscellaneous news.
Yeah, we should do that, right? That way we don't have a 3-hour intro before we even get to convention news?
I forget.
Okay.
I don't know if I sent this to you in the private chat, or if this is in the doc already.
I'm looking in the private chat. I am opening the private chat. It is not in the doc already. Can we put it in the next doc?
Yeah, you can.
Actually, no. Now is actually a good time to bring it up. Let's just do it now. Oh, what's this? Greenline feels that Yu Yu Hakusho is not a masterpiece all the way through.
Indeed.
So if you guys would like to check this out, I'm going to invite you to put it in your watch later list.
Yeah, after the podcast.
Yeah. I will be watching it as I work on this podcast's thumbnail. if I manage to accomplish what we did last week where we got done so early.
Just watch you finish it and you're like, he's wrong. God damn it, Greenline.
So anyway, let's jump into this real quick. So McDonald's Japan's been accused of using AI art in their fireworks tweet. Now, it looks pretty good, except for the glaringly obvious whatever the fuck is. First of all, what are you holding? How is it in the middle of the explosion? And also the fingers, like they just don't exist correctly.
And the bottom part of her yukata? Is
This
it
part?
yukata or... Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a yukata. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure what it is, but obviously it's AI, right? And then it gets funnier. It definitely gets funnier. This is the funniest part. McDonald's Japan posted a festive tweet with nuggets and fireworks, only for users to accuse it of using AI-generated art, pointing to distorted fingers and a suspiciously similar image found on Pixiv. Suspiciously similar is a funny way of saying exact image. McDonald's Japan recently posted a tweet reading, "You're curious, but I'm even more curious about the fireworks," accompanied by an eye-catching image of a girl in a kimono amidst a sky laden with fireworks, nuggets, and fries. But the festive mood didn't last long. Eagle-eyed users, first of all, why the fuck? It just seems weirdly timed with the 4th of July, which shouldn't matter to Japan at all. But the festive mood didn't last long. Eagle-eyed users quickly noticed something off. Eagle-eyed, really? Fucking me over here looking like Augie, staring at the screen with grandma glasses, could see that from a mile away. One user discovered what appeared to be the exact same artwork. Okay, that's the eagle-eyedness. I mean, it is legitimately the exact artwork, is it not? Obviously, they photoshopped in the nuggets and fries. Pretty obvious. Leading many to suspect the company had stolen an AI-generated illustration and slapped fast food onto it. It sure seems that way. Adding fuel to the fire, several commenters pointed out the telltale AI flaw. The character's fingers in the image looked suspiciously warped.
It's not just warped. She has like webbed fingers.
Well, not only that, but there's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the thumb being 6, right? Like 6 minimum. She looks like Senator Kelly from the first X-Men movie. However, the situation took a turn when it was revealed that the same artwork was being sold by the original artist on both the NFT platform OpenSea and the Japanese stock site Pixta. The artist's name matched across all platforms. While this means that McDonald's likely purchased the AI artwork, the fact still remains that they used AI art in an official campaign, and in a time where AI-generated content is already under fire for imitating real artists. Slapping nuggets on it doesn't make it any more palatable to some. I don't know. I could care not at all. I don't give a shit, right? But I do think it's kind of funny. What do you guys think? Any thoughts?
It's
looks like...
You were saying?
Nope, you were saying first.
It's a situation where like, who did it, right? Was it like a McDonald's employee that was like tasked with making this art, so they said, okay, I'm gonna go steal some AI thing?
100%.
Or did they hire an artist and that artist went and stole the AI?
It doesn't fucking matter. Like, they went to make something quickly for a social media post, right? Like, it's not some giant campaign. It's not some giant like ad campaign. It's a fucking post. You know how much the budget was? Probably here's $10. Make something, right? You got it, boss. Goes online. 99-cent image. Sweet. This will be my base. Downloads from the corporate server. High resolution photos of fries and like 2 different nuggets, right? Like to just rotate and use over and over again. Anyway, I think it's ridiculous, but it's also kind of funny. Let's move past that into the news here, which is...
Was Greenline going to say something?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Greenline.
I was just going to say something stupid and say the image looks vaguely like, Mori Calliope, but... Just a dumb.
Keep talking
just
while I
stall
because I haven't uploaded any of the videos to the brand.
Well, it just looked like a recent like summer outfit or whatever the fuck it is that they've got going on at Hololive.
I need those. And
I would love if someone put nuggets in fireworks and they just came raining down on people as you were watching the fireworks show.
It's raining nugs.
Yeah, that'd be great, right? Nugs and fries.
Nugs.
You're really making this difficult for me, aren't you?
It's raining nugs.
Hallelujah! It's raining nugs.
Oh,
nugs!
I don't know how to transition now.
Now we're gonna get.
Oh, I know. Speaking of needing to transition,
oh god,
live action Legend of Zelda movie reportedly begins casting for Link and Zelda, ages 16 to 23, sought for lead roles, which means that what's her name?
Hunter Schafer.
Hunter. I was like, why can't I remember the first name? Hunter Schafer is now out of the running for being too old and
Shocker.
a dude. The highly anticipated live-action adaptation of The Legend of Zelda has an official release date, which we read about last podcast. Skipping that. Skipping all that. Project is a collaboration between Sony Pictures Entertainment and Nintendo, with Nintendo taking the lead on financing. While details about the story and casting are still under wraps, development is progressing steadily. Miyamoto has been involved in the film's development for many years. Did he work on it with Akira Toriyama? Like, god damn it. Like, how many times have I heard this nonsense? With the raw emphasize, there's nothing new in here, is there? According to the Noble Industry insider Daniel Richman, who shared the updates on his private Patreon account, casting is underway for the 2 leads, Zelda and Link, with the studio looking for actors between 16 and 23. So that also rules out Tom Holland and Zendaya, right? That's what we discovered?
Definitely Tom Holland. I assume Zendaya is also above the age limit.
This suggests
she's dating Tom Holland.
She's under the age limit. No, this suggests they are
she's 28.
Anyway, jokes. All right. This suggests they are aiming for relatively young actors, likely to portray the characters as teenagers or young adults, potentially to match the age range commonly associated with Link and Zelda in many games, such as Ocarina of Time, Breath of the Wild, or Tears of the Kingdom. The movie is progressing quickly, with casting expected to wrap up by August. The actors will undergo training before filming kicks off in November. Production is set to run until next April. The project is being developed as a trilogy. That was the reason I kept reading. That's the thing I should have just highlighted. So the project is being developed as a trilogy with all major roles locked in for 3 films over a span of 6 years. Casting is currently underway for key characters, including Link, Zelda, Ganondorf, Impa, and Zelda's father. All right, I've just realized how we ruined this franchise. How old are the Stranger Kids? Stranger Things kids?
Who are you thinking?
I think it would be funniest if it was the guy without the teeth. Uh-oh, Millie Bobby Brown is 21. Finn Wolfhard is 22. The guy who plays Will is 20. 22 years old for Dustin. Uh-oh. And then, of course, they're just going to give it to the black kid. I could see Dustin playing Tingle. All right. Anyway, yeah. So I'm just surprised they're doing it as a trilogy. So they're gonna do Ganondorf. Is Impa in?
Yeah.
Breath of the Wild and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Pretty sure.
I mean, I haven't played it, so I don't know. But yeah. All right, cool. I guess I'm gonna move past this. I'm not good at.
Oh yeah, she's like the really old. Yeah, the old lady. That's what I was thinking of. She's really old.
So, in other news, Lupin the Third Zenigata to Futari no Lupin anime web episode is sharing their key visual. So that's the key visual. Reese, how long did you say this was?
53 minutes.
How does that stack up to the other Koike films?
The same length or even longer. And then there's a movie which is 93 minutes on top of this. Pee big.
Yes. Stop! I can only get so erect. All right, we're gonna go ahead and look at the trailer they released for it. It looks pretty fucking great. I'm mega ultra hype. I think it's this one.
待っていろルパン三世公安の銭形だ質問に答えろ犯罪者を捕まえる警察官として本分を全うしただけです君も組織の人間なら勝手な行動は慎みたまえ
お互いはぐれ者違うのは悪か正義か
ルパン三世をこの手で捕まえる動くなこれは俺にしかできない任務だ
国防のため正義を執行する資格を我々は有している
人殺しが正義だと勘違いも甚だしいな私は私のやり方で調べさせていただく
おそらく背後に何かがいるバミューダの亡霊を操る力を持つ何かがな
私は一回の警察官目の前の犯罪者を逮捕するそれだけだお前の正義はどこにある忙しくなりそうだ
So the special is the one with the 2 Lupins.
Yeah.
And then the movie is the one that appears to be going back to Mystery of Memo.
Basically, which it seems like, yes.
So the trailer really emphasizes Zenigata. I mean, I think this is the Zenigata character trailer, yeah. But I'm holding out hope that we've got our Zenigata.
Yeah, this is probably our thing for Zenigata. And then, like, going into the remake of Mama,
it's probably going to be the Lupin one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll take it.
Actually, you know, there is one other way that your PP could get harder. Is that Japanese Blu-ray announcement for the Monkey Punch stuff?
I don't know about this. Please private chat that to me.
Wow. I thought you had it too.
I don't. Oh. I don't know what you're talking about.
The only thing I saw was WTK posting about it.
Okay. Castro says half-generated parasol merging into chicken nugget fireworks. is crazy. Like, there should be one guy who can say no before they ship these. Where is that one guy?
Oh, you got it already.
Yeah, thank you.
Do it.
All right. I'm going to hold this over here.
When I saw it, I'm like, why is everything referencing Lupin? And then it's like Monkey Punch. Oh.
You can only draw one type of face.
Apparently.
So this is his other works, right? We'll look at it when we get to... I started watching one of these, I think, when we were supposed to be watching Cinderella Boy or whatever. And I got like 2 episodes in, and then I was like, oh, I'm watching the wrong series. All right. Good to see we're getting a Japanese Blu-ray, though. Anyway, we'll look at that during Rice Stuff News. So JG Vega shared this next thing we're going to be looking at. It's called Shinsei Galverse. It's going to premiere, I think, on their YouTube channel on June 25th, which is what, like Wednesday? And I do have the trailer. We're going to watch it. I don't know what to say about it going into it. We're just going to go ahead and watch it.
かつて銀河にはマザープラネットという美しい聖なる惑星があった。しかし消滅してしまう。銀河は争いが絶えない混沌とした世界に変わってしまった。しかしマザーの意志は消えてはいなかった。試算した8888個の破片、銀河のさまざまな惑星にたどり着き、ギャルバースとして申請した。
こんな争い、私が終わらせてあげる。
私には銀河にとって価値のない生命体を殲滅する使命がある。たとえ俺たちの代で何も解決できなかったとしても、未来に命のバトンをつなげることができれば、これで未来に意志をつなげられる。
シスターよ、一つになって戦うのだ。力を合わせれば千の星よりも明るいぞ。
What did she say? Sisudayo.
So, it simultaneously is hitting the weirdest bout of animation combinations, because on the one hand, it's getting this, like, especially in the eyes, it's getting this like really 90s aesthetic, right? But then it also is getting the aesthetic of early CGI in American cartoons as cel-shaded mechanical things. And also the how to draw manga books from Barnes and Noble that look like dog shit. Like, it is somehow merged. Like, it's like that is the ships from fucking Invader Zim level of CGI, right? Like, well, it'll come around again, right? There's those 90s eyes.
Seb says Magic Knight Ray or Spirit design.
Very close, yes. That's you've nailed it.
And is this like an indie thing? Sorry, I missed
Gals, yes.
I missed the lead up.
I think he's right. It's Super Gal. So, what was your question? What's your question?
Sorry, I was getting food. I missed the lead in to this article or this advertisement.
He says, "Is this an like indie thing?"
Yeah.
Oh, it's better than indie. It is an NFT project.
Oh, fuck. Damn it.
Tokyo-based Shinsei Galverse NFT project announced its second set of cast members for its anime project on Tuesday. The anime is going to debut this summer. Its founder, Ayaka Ohira, is credited as the creator and chief director of the anime at SOK. And Yuta Takamura of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Diamond is Unbreakable, the most notorious talker, runs the world's greatest clan as co-director. Natsuko Takahashi of Tokyo Magnitude 8.0, My Love Story, and Shirley, and Masahiro Okubo of Card Fight Vanguard, Overdress, Card Fight Vanguard, Will Plus Dress, episode scriptwriter, are penning the scripts. Like, none of this is making me feel really inspired. No, like I'm not excited about any of this, right? Satoshi Ishino from Puni Puni Poemi and Tokyo Mew Mew is designing the characters. That makes sense. And Momo Nagayama as the sub-character designer. Yeah.
She survived.
Yay. What? Yeah, it would take a water, actually. All right. I'm now going to proceed to eat the crunchiest sounding mukbang-able.
Bro, save it for the only simps.
What? Oh. All right. Yeah, I don't know. $10 says it doesn't get a physical release. All right. Okay. We have a problem. Saving. Reloading. There it is. If only I hadn't noticed. Adi Shankar has a plan to save Hollywood, but you might not like it. Well, I am convinced remember how I talked about a couple podcasts ago, maybe last podcast, remember? How there's no such thing as bad press. If the news is talking about you, it raises the value of your brand. Even if the news is saying, Donald Trump says he could shoot someone in the middle of Fifth Avenue and not lose any votes, right? Yeah. So I don't really like being put in this position because obviously reading this article fuels the ego trip that this person has been on their entire life. And worse yet, the articles say fucking nothing of value. So we're going to skip over a good chunk of it. There is, however, some additional intel we didn't previously have that changes nothing, but at least now we have it. So Adi Shankar moved to America just 2 days before everything went to hell. One might say it started its downward spiral the moment he arrived on our shores. Following a nomadic childhood where his family changed homes constantly, pinballing from Kolkata to Mumbai to Hong Kong to Singapore, none of those countries wanted you, huh? The future film and TV producer arrived in the States at age 16 to attend boarding school in Rhode Island. 48 hours after his arrival, the calendar turned to September 11th, 2001. Suddenly, it was difficult growing up brown in America. Oh, is that when it started? As an adolescent, Shankar latched onto the pop culture that reverberated through a war on terror. New metal on MTV, reruns of action movies on cable TV, and Devil May Cry on PlayStation 2. As an adult, he found his footing as a Hollywood movie producer. His IMDb is full of gutsy dadcore, whatever the fuck that means, fare, starring names you'll surely recognize. I have seen none of these movies. The Grey with Liam Neeson, Killing Them Softly with Brad Pitt, Lone Survivor with Mark Wahlberg, and The Voices with Ryan Reynolds. It all led him to Devil May Cry, his latest animated series on Netflix. Although based on a major video game franchise from Japanese titan Capcom, Devil May Cry is quite personal, reflective of how Shankar saw the world in 2001. Season 1 is about how we all lost something as children, and we spend the rest of our lives trying to reclaim it or find it or heal from it, Shankar tells me.
When I was a kid, I had one of those like flippy head Power Ranger toys.
Oh, yeah.
You know? Mm-hmm. And the Green Ranger one had the golden shield that would clip on to his chest. And I lost the front piece. And I've been trying to find it ever since.
You're still looking for it to this day?
Yeah.
So that was the origin.
One time where I lost
I empathize
under the fridge.
That was the origin story of Randy. That's how it all began.
Randy, how did you like the gritty Power Rangers reboot where they're child soldiers scarred and all that?
The movie?
The Hollywood.
Whatever that
was. It Michael Bay or was it like someone else?
I don't think they were child soldiers, but I didn't really like the movie. No, it was bad.
Really? What if I told you that Adi Shankar produced that?
It all makes sense.
All right.
You didn't actually produce that.
It comes up in the article.
Oh no.
So a week after Devil May Cry premiered on Netflix, Shankar sat ringside at WWE's Monday Night Raw. He dressed like his show's protagonist, Dante, a half-human, half-demon, all-too-cool bounty hunter thrust into saving the world by the U.S. government on the eve of apocalypse. The getup, which he tells me was intentionally bad cosplay, consisted of a silver-white wig and a blood-red leather trench coat that reflected the lights of the T-Mobile Arena in Kansas City. When the cameras pointed his way, Shankar didn't flash a smile, nor did he wave with an overpriced beer in one hand. Instead, he silently pointed to the rafters and to the heavens in a manner evocative of hardcore wrestling legend Sabu, who died weeks later on May 11th. Quote, "I wanted to be a professional wrestler," Shankar tells me. It all makes sense. The insufferable attitude, the what do you call it? Bravado. Like, this guy is a living, breathing, pro wrestler wannabe who never fulfilled his dream, and so he has to ruin all of our childhood fantasy. It hardly surprises me that Shankar harbored wrestling dreams because he's playing the heel throughout his career.
The villain.
That's what the heel is.
Yes.
During his run making movies starring Neeson and Wahlberg, Shankar surfaced at red carpets in Kiss-esque eye makeup, flowing raven hair, and rock star leather and denim. These days, you'll find him in a suit, but don't call him a sellout. It's the biggest cringe article ever. One of the things I've learned from wrestling is you have to keep reinventing yourself, he says. Evolving, one might say, into an even more insufferable version, right? Like when Chris Jericho dropped the long hair and became a riff on Javier Bardem in No Country for Old Men. There's evolution. What I'm trying to convey is that I am a generational fucking talent. I am the guy that can save Hollywood. Says a guy who can't save Hollywood, right? He looks like Richie Rich. Doesn't he? That smarmy rich kid vibe. He looks like the Disney villain in the Netflix remake, right?
They wouldn't make the Disney villain in Netflix remake brown.
They probably would. As his movies played on the big screen, Shankar broke the internet in a way that sent comic book fanboys for a loop. The bootleg universe, as he calls it, began as an anthology of gritty, adult-oriented, and very unofficial short films based on Saturday morning staples. It was shorts like The Punisher, Dirty Laundry. Have you seen this, Reese?
Mm-mm.
You've not seen this?
No.
So it stars Thomas Jane. It's pretty much the only good thing going about it. Oh, Ron Perlman's in it too, actually, now that I think about it. It's fucking awful because it positions the Punisher. I don't know if it's like making an origin. I don't know what the fuck it's doing. It is so cringe. He's going to the laundromat in the ghetto, and he's got a shirt with a bullet hole in it. And the shirt is literally like a Target off-the-rack Punisher t-shirt with the skull. I mean, it looks like dog shit compared to the props in the movies. And like a gangbanger drives up and starts slapping some hoes. And he just like sits there and does nothing in the laundromat while this hoe's getting raped on the side of the road. And then after all this shit goes down, then he steps in and kills everybody. And it's just like, it's the biggest fucking cringe thing ever about the Punisher. Like the only good thing going for it is that Thomas Jane returned to play the Punisher in it. But fuck. Anyway, setting that aside. And Venom, Truth and Journalism, which is somehow worse. Which dipped the Marvel heroes in pools of grime, and Power / Rangers from 2015, a viral phenomenon that interpreted the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers as shell-shocked ex-child soldiers.
Oh, I did see that one.
That's a fan-made thing, not the movie.
This isn't the movie?
No.
Nope. There's the one where the Blue Ranger like killed himself or something.
I don't know. Haven't seen it.
I don't think I've watched this, but I do remember this coming out. And it makes sense that he would make it.
I didn't watch either, so they just ran together in my mind. Since 2017, Shankar's work has been at home on Netflix with Dark.
It's very much a fan short film. Like,
it's all starting to come together, really, if you think about it. The schmarmy, Richie Rich vibes, getting to produce things with mom and dad's money, I'm presuming, because the best thing that his name is attached to is Dread. And that movie, as good as it was, fucking tanked. Right? Like, where is he getting the money to keep doing shit? Since 2017, Shankar's work has been at home on Netflix with dark, yet faithful, and now official animated shows based on video games. It started with the acclaimed Castlevania and continued with Captain Laserhawk, a Blood Dragon remix. Soon, there will be Assassin's Creed. I bet you that's going to get canceled. Hyper Light Drifter, PUBG, and more. These are not just shows, but battle plans for an overdue American animation revolution. Whoa. Can we talk this up anymore? Maybe things will be different maybe things would be different had Adi Shankar not followed in the literal footsteps of one of his heroes, the aforementioned Sabu. This story sounds so fucking fake to me that I'm about to read to you. It literally sounds like the nonsense my boss makes up on a daily basis when he you know, like the lie just keeps getting bigger, right? Like, I was put in charge of buying him tickets with his own money, of course, to the Olympics, so that a patient, literally an Olympian he met a week before the Olympics, that he paid to interview, so that he could go and be the official adjuster of this Olympic athlete. But in reality, he's in the nosebleeds because he's buying his ticket a week before the goddamn thing. And he tells everybody, like, the story just gets more and more ridiculous every time he tells it. I went down on the sand. I saw Tony Hawk and waved to him. He recognized me from that time I adjusted him 50,000 years ago. And then they stopped me and said, "Whoa, wait, I'm the team chiropractor. I need to get my athlete adjusted." And they're like, "Okay, where do you need to be?" "I need to be as close as possible to the match." So they put my table ringside, right outside the net. And it's like, it's on video, you dumb fuck. Literally anybody can fact check this. That's what I get from the story I haven't even read to you yet. Anyway.
Right. So who wrote this? Who wrote this article again?
Eric Francisco.
Are we sure that it's not Eddie
boyfriend
Shankar?
of Adi Shankar?
Right. I think I can hear the sucking off to the side.
Mm.
That's just AC eating.
All right, so here's the story. Quote, "My parents were like, 'You need to go into finance,'" he remembers. "I was interviewing at Citibank. I was in a suit. I'm in JFK waiting for my flight to Chicago. Standing there was Sabu. I'm like, 'Hey, you're Sabu.' He's like, 'Who are you? Are you a narc?'" That happened, right? He didn't know if I was real or not. Sabu says,
"Are you real? Am I tripping balls, or do you exist?"
Is this Sabu supposed to be? So is this Sabu the wrestler?
Yeah, the one who tragically died a few weeks after Devil May Cry came out.
Does he speak English or?
So it says here, "Come with me." I follow him around. That made me realize I'm not going to do finance. I'm around other business types in business suits, and Sabu was more interesting. Below, Shankar unloads on the making of Devil May Cry, what's next for the bootleg universe, and why American animation needs a kick in the ass. The interview has been edited and condensed for clarity. View full post on YouTube. If you click that, it's a trailer for fucking Devil May Cry. It's not even it's not even an interview. So they said, they asked him why Devil May Cry. He tells the story about going to Capcom, saying he went there on a mission to get Dino Crisis, but for some reason, again, I don't buy a fucking word this guy says, but for some reason, decided to go in cosplaying as Dante. And they're like, "What about Devil May Cry?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm in." It was immediate. I didn't realize Devil May Cry was on the table. I didn't want the biggest thing. Don't give me Street Fighter or Assassin's Creed. Don't think they could give that to you, buddy. I was a fan of so many things that disappeared, and I was in a position of power to bring them back. I could make more Dino Crisis. And if I blow up Dino Crisis into Jurassic Park, I should do that. I was also inspired by Devil May Cry. I've been a fan since 2001. There was just a part of me that didn't want to tip my hand how much I liked it. You dressed up as Dante, you idiot. Oh, I don't want them to know I like it. Strolls in. Hey, look at my cloak. Fucking idiot. They ask, you cast Johnny Young Bosch as the voice of Dante. He's also in the games as the voice of Nero. What made you see him as Dante? It happened at Power Morphicon. After the Power Rangers short dropped, I had frat guys coming up to me like, dude, yes. I assumed it was universal acclaim, and I was this beloved guy. Of course you did. Not realizing I was going to a hardcore audience who were horrified they allowed me in the venue. Someone said, you're brave for going there. I don't fucking back down. So I'm definitely going. But in my head, I'm like, am I John Cena at ECW One Night Stand? Oh! There's something wrong with wrestling fans, fundamentally. I'm sorry. Minutes before I go on stage, ex-Power Ranger stars Steve Cardenas and Johnny Young Bosch walk in like, we'll go on with you. We went to an after party. I sat in a corner talking to Johnny about his line in the Power Rangers movie where he says, I'm a frog. I'm sure he loved having you bring that up. He morphed into Dante as I was talking to him. Before Netflix was on board, I sent someone to his house with a briefcase. It's the outline for DMC Season 1. This is all theatrics because I thought it was funny. He didn't know what was going on. I'm making American animation fucking cool. That's what I'm doing. Where did I? Oh, my highlights disappeared. That's a good thing I noticed that. I'm pretty sure I'm skipping all this shit where he says that nu metal's great because it's a gateway drug. People listen to Korn and then they found the Deftones. And that's cool.
I mean, he's right about that.
See, I'm going to skip over all the shit we already know. Oh, what is your grand plan for the bootleg universe? What is missing in animation that you're trying to fill with it? Okay, well, with the bootleg universe, got it. I'm trying to make animation cool in the way hip-hop became cool.
Okay, he's lost it.
Oh, fuck. Look, man. He's about to list a bunch of people. Not a single one of them went into it with the mindset of, yeah, I'm going to make this cool. I'm going to fucking change things, right? Nobody fucking did that. Like Giorgio Moroder didn't go into the clubs, right, and play the music he played thinking that he was going to revolutionize music. He just fucking did it, and it happened, you know? Says, I'm going to try to make it cool the way hip-hop became cool. The way Kanye changed fashion. The way Virgil Abloh changed luxury. I don't think it's definable. Hyper-commercialism, things designed to sell toys, that's Western animation. Hanna-Barbera is cute, but it's not cool. Anime is cool. I watched this transition happen, where it was geeky, and all of a sudden Travis Scott is talking about Dragon Ball. I'm trying to do that for America. Why is Japanese animation cool? Why is an NFL athlete doing a Dragon Ball dance? Where's the American influence? American animation is stuck in kidland. Man, it's because they're letting Richie Rich develop it, dumbass. I like how they talked about this way up there, didn't use the image that they had. Devil May Cry, from his own mouth, is not anime. It's in the lineage of X-Men, Batman, the animated series, Gargoyles, and Ultra Force. I grew up on action-heavy Saturday cartoons. Interestingly, didn't mention Static Shock. American Saturday morning cartoons were fucking sick. I didn't even live in America, and I watched them. They made me want to be here. Fuck. Look what you've done. But they were boxed in by broadcast standards, and I wondered what these stories would become if they weren't held back, sanitized and disgusting like your trash. Yeah. Oh, if we don't hold back, Alucard can get reamed in the ass, right? That's the space I'm building. Carry forward the language of the era and elevate it for an audience grown up, but still craves that style and energy. I'm not chasing the grammar of anime. I'm building something new, rooted in American action storytelling. This genre needs a name because it's not anime. Yeah, it's like cringe-ame. Like cringe-amation is what you're producing. It's something that lives between Saturday morning cartoons, prestige television, and R-rated cinema. Many Americans see animation and think it's a kid's thing. They never think of someone like Don Hertzfeld. It's art house. Miyazaki does crossover with adults and children, but to an American, that's still art house. The audience going, whoa, with Cody Rhodes is not watching Spirited Away. Yeah. How about that? Maybe you're pandering to the wrong audience by trying to make the shit that was good that didn't need your bullshit to now also be great and loving to wrestling fans, right? This is where he talks about Korn's Freak on a Leash as a Trojan horse for normal people to get into Deftones and Tool. Then he says, American animation doesn't have that. So he's talking about nu metal was the coolest thing. The hits are what made it. They took nu metal but distilled it in a poppy frame. So everyday people were like, I'm into this. Korn's Freak on a Leash becomes a Trojan horse for normal people to get into Deftones and Tool. American animation doesn't have that.
How does Korn take you to Tool? You'd think that they'd start with Tool and go to Korn.
Right. Like, American animation doesn't have that. American animation doesn't have Avatar: The Last Airbender. American animation doesn't have Invincible. American animation doesn't have that. It doesn't exist, right? It doesn't exist. Before me, cartoons were Hanna-Barbera. Like that's his opinion, right? You have people stuck in Hanna-Barbera land. I rest my case. It's cool to me, but it's not cool to the NFL player pretending to be Goku. They're not going yabba dabba doo. It's not fucking happening. That's my influence. I'm making American animation fucking cool. That's what I'm doing. What do you have coming next? I got video games in production. Obviously, more Devil May Cry. I'm being approached with different IPs and companies that want to work with me. I bought the rights to Duke Nukem. Not the gaming rights, but I bought it from Gearbox. What is your vision for Duke Nukem? It's a middle finger to everybody. When Duke Nukem blew up, a bunch of people sat around trying to turn it into a brand. When it's just a middle finger. Duke Nukem can't be made by a corporation because the moment a corporation makes Duke Nukem, it's no longer Duke Nukem.
And it will be my pleasure to do that myself.
Yeah. I don't intend on having anyone tell me what to do with this one.
Bro, it's gonna, like in the spirit of Duke Nukem, it's gonna take 20 years for that to get made.
Just like Devil May Cry. I have this. Believe it.
What jutsu is that he's holding?
Desert Eagle Jutsu. That's pretty good, right? That's a pretty funny.
Yeah.
I think this is from... Was this from Duke Nukem 3D? No. I love this one too. From Apogee Entertainment. Trade offer. I receive rights to a cult classic. You receive a show with zero understanding of why Duke worked in the first place.
Sounds about right.
Sankaku Complex has a scathing takedown too. Adi Shankar of Netflix's Devil May Cry ready to violate Duke Nukem next. Adi Shankar, the visionary behind the Castlevania Netflix series and Netflix Devil May Cry, is back again, this time taking on Duke Nukem. Naturally, fans are thrilled to hear that he intends to make it a middle finger to everybody. Because there's one thing franchises are missing these days. It's contempt for the people who like them. In a recent Esquire interview, Shankar proudly declared that Duke can't be made by a corporation and that no one would be telling him what to do this time. Bold words, considering his previous adaptations were criticized not for corporate sanitization, but for being unrecognizably overwritten by someone who allegedly, quote, grew up loving the material. Of course, the phrase middle finger to everybody is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Some might interpret it as an edgy promise to deliver unfiltered satire. Others, mainly longtime fans, see it as a polite warning that whatever is coming will look nothing like Duke Nukem. But don't worry, Shankar assures us it won't be corporate. Netflix's Devil May Cry received backlash for reimagining demons not as demonic hellspawns, but as misunderstood or even benevolent beings. Fans argue that this demon empathy undermines the core of the series, where demons are objectively evil. That version of Dante's world devolved into moral graywashing, prioritizing woke nuance over over gothic clarity. In fairness, Duke Nukem is not exactly sacred ground. He's loud, crude, dated, and proudly politically incorrect. So naturally, the ideal creative choice is someone who has made a career out of rewriting franchises into introspective commentaries on trauma, identity, and emotional suffering. Just what the alien-kicking musclehead needed. Wow. Saving Hollywood is feeding the machine you need to Ikari against. What? You enjoy being a puppet where the machine's arm goes inside your butt? Okay.
Wow.
Adi should be given the show Golden Girls. He would turn that into Housewives of India. What is wrong with this guy? Obnoxious theater kid. That is perfect! Oh my god! Yes! That is exactly what it is. Yes. The guy who went into theater so that he has that excuse of being obnoxious. He walks into a room, is like, all eyes on me, everyone. Watch as I stroll into class singing while holding an umbrella. You know, like, he paid his way into producing his movies and TV show. He is not a creative. He is a rich guy. Seems like it. Okay, so this is probably about the Power Rangers thing. The truth is, Adi wanted to be a comic book writer, but he couldn't. Sabu does speak English. He has a New York City accent. JT Vega, as a fan of wrestling, do you think that the Sabu story actually happened? So it gets worse. Adi Shankar went on a self-congratulatory FAP fest on his Twitter and said, Berserk equals mine. Lore equals change. Guts equals Adi Shankar self-insert. He's really locked in on this current obsession of his too. You're 6 months away from the life you want. In 6 months, I will reimagine Berserk according to my vision.
Bro, he'd make it with CG like everyone else.
Bro, my favorite part about this is how I'm going to save Hollywood. I'm going to make American animation fucking cool. And I'm going to do it entirely with Japanese properties. Like, except for Duke Nukem.
Isn't that basically like how, we're going to be Disney and we're going to make all of these white characters into black characters. That'll make black culture better. Wait, isn't that just taking, like, other cultures and saying, well, black culture isn't worth celebrating? So it's like, yeah, American culture's not worth celebrating. Like, only the Japanese is good. Which is true at this point, but I mean...
So I did see this a few weeks ago. I've been sitting on it. Just to point out, this guy has no filter. Will say whatever the fuck he wants, anytime he wants. And his previous obsession before Berserk was, quote, I will bring my visionary genius to BlazBlue. Is it BlazBlue or BlazBlue? BlazBlue, right?
Not sure, really.
Whatever.
I think it's Blaze.
I have a lot of notes on how to make this franchise great, but I will have to change a lot of things to do this. Take Ragna, for instance. Ragna has a cool coat, a cool sword, a rage meter, but he's an edgy shell built from early 2000s anime residue. He's exactly the kind of character who needs Adi Shankar's visionary subversion. Said by Adi Shankar himself, the world's biggest cunt. Right? Any more thoughts?
No.
JT Vegas
I don't know how you can be that delusional.
JT Vegas calling you out, Adi Shankar. Sabu's story is a lie. Go ahead.
I said, I don't know how you can be that delusional and just be like out in public, like fanficking, being like, yeah, you see, when I'm going to do Berserk next, you know, when I'm going to do a BlazBlue in the future, like, oh my God.
I can
I thought you were successful. Like, I thought you were above needing to do this.
It reminds me of the no real king declares himself king, or whatever the line is from Game of Thrones, right? Like, he has to project so hard. Like, please,
affirm his gender.
Please, can you refer to me as a visionary genius? I need it. I'm saying it into the mirror, but it's wearing off.
He identifies as a successful director.
Yeah. All right, in theater news here. Crunchyroll is going to release the Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, A Lonely Dragon Wants to Be Loved anime movie. So it's coming out in Japan on June 27th, but it's going to be released in America with the movie will be released in Japanese with English subtitles in North America. We don't yet know when the date will be, but Crunchyroll is going to bring it to theaters, which means they got to finish the fucking manifesto so we can watch season 2. Also, Chainsaw Man, the movie Reze arc, is coming out in Japan on September 19th. And Sony Pictures is going to release the film in the United States on October 29th. You cold?
Yes. Slightly.
Fushigi no Kuni de Alice to Dive in Wonderland anime movie has unveiled its main visual. So this is coming out in Japan on August 29th. It's a Alice in Wonderland movie, which I feel like are a dime a dozen, but I can only list 10. No, no, I'm just kidding. I can list Miyuki-chan in Wonderland, and I feel like I'm sure there's more, but for some reason I can't think of any. Probably because they're like an episode of an anime, right?
Nonoli in Wonderland?
Yeah, I didn't watch that. Anyway, Return to Silent Hill live action film has a release date now. So this is the movie from director Christopher Gans, who directed the first movie, the one that was really good. It's coming out January 23rd, 2026. Anyway, there's not much to show. Into anime news. Let's get all these open. Don't fuck it up. Cool. Do that. My friend's little sister has it in for me. Anime unveils a new teaser trailer and visual, blah, blah, blah. We're not going to watch that. There it is. If a girl teases you, that means she likes you. Unfortunately, Akiteru knows from experience that isn't the case. Because every girl he interacted with him shows him nothing but scorn. And he's not scored a single date from it. Luckily, he's more concerned with securing a spot for him and his game development buddies at his uncle's business. But when his uncle throws him a condition that involves playing the part of his daughter's boyfriend... You mean dating your cousin? Is that? I'm sorry. I gotta work. It's called My Friend's Little Sister? Has it in for me? And yet the synopsis is my uncle has it in for me. Right? Involves playing the part of his daughter's boyfriend. Akiteru has no choice but to take it. What will his best friend's sister Iroha, who bullies him relentlessly, think of the news? God. Kotuchi says he's read this light novel and it was painful. Painful to read. Oh, yeah. Take a look at this amazing progression. I'll show you in a minute. The dark history of the reincarnated Villainess anime reveals more cast members in a second trailer. Nobody cares about any of that. Julie, is this that show you were talking about?
No.
Nope.
No. The art is more like sharp eyes and refined.
Okay, it says Konoha Sato has a dark history. After all, she spent her teen years writing self-indulgent fantasy romance fics like her dark history. But since she's become its most despicable villainess, remembering every last detail is now a matter of life and death. Having avoided the first couple of death flags, Sato suddenly left in the dark when a mysterious stranger returns from the Lily Kingdom, a character she doesn't recall writing in the original script. Although Yomi claims to be her ally, can Sato really trust a character she knows nothing about in such a dangerous world? I just think it's funny that, like, the character, they've exhausted so much isekai tropes that now the isekai is that you get written or you get isekai'd into your own like smutty fan fiction, right? Like that's fucking funny, right? She's probably going to die of cringe by the end of the series. The Demon King's daughter is too kind. Anime announced for 2026. So the story here is about the Demon King's daughter is so kind she won't hurt anything. And they have to raise her to be like a vicious demon, like, you know, the evil demons from Devil May Cry. And instead, they're all turning soft because she's too sweet. Like, so all the demons are starting to become less demonic because of how adorable and kind she is.
Yeah, it looks like an interesting watch.
So check out my amazing transitions here, right? Look at the pictures at the top. Done. Dun, dun. Right? I don't know why that was funny to me. Solo camping for 2 anime previous theme songs, blah, blah, blah. All right. What I see, Stealth Weebifiable merch. Who doesn't want bicycle on top of pattern and lantern from a festival shirt? It's coming.
It's actually a perfect square, but you know, there's the distortion from the breastises.
I will take that into account. Don't worry.
The one within the villainous. More of a Reze side kind of feel.
All right, so this is going to be premiering at Anime, so I'm going to try to see it. Inexpressive Kashiwada and Expressive Oota anime broadcast in October. So yeah, this is the fuck. Could you make this any more inconvenient? So if it's not obvious, the male character is like super over expressive and overreacting, and the female character has the same expression in every shot. Anyway. I don't even need to read that to you because I just said it. Cool. All right. Necronomico and the Cosmic Horror Show anime. This is the one about the streamer. It has announced guest appearances from Niji Sanji VTubers, which is kind of interesting.
No.
Yeah. Here's the problem, though. They're male VTubers. So Joe Rikichi and Yashiro Kizuki are going to be the ones who have roles so far. They might do more. All right. New panty and stocking with garter belt anime premieres on July 9th. Fuck.
Yeah, he's mad. I'm excited, but everybody else is like, ew, puke.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know if Crunchyroll is even going to get this because it's going to be streaming on Amazon.
Really?
Well, it's going to be premiering at Anime Expo on July 4th at 8:30 p.m.
Amazon got the rights for this? They'll probably get back like everybody involved in the dub, though.
I presume this is the only thing that Dan is going to want to see at AX. And it's at
did Dan like it
on July 4th?
On our anniversary.
On our anniversary, and during the time when it's like, why aren't you here with your kids while the fireworks are going off? Yeah. I'm watching a lewd anime animated in the style of the fucking Powerpuff Girls, right? Yeah, so that's going to be fun. July 4th, 8:30 in the Main Events Peacock Theater. Gomon Baito-kun no Nichijo anime announced. Whatever the fuck that means. Seems super gay on the surface. And I'm not confirming whether or not it isn't super gay, just pointing it out. Seems very gay. This is a world where murder and torture are legal. Among the many torture contractors, Spiritus is one of the leading corporations that only targets villains and treats its employees well. Four part-timers work comfortably there. The caring senior Sero, the living legend Siyu, the energetic Mike, or Mike, and the serious but kind Hugh. There's also a garbage man, a janitor, and even a hitman, not to mention pleasant and dependable specialists. Every day with these unique co-workers is unexpectedly chill in this slightly dark workplace comedy. I am not Sopeltoner. I'm not. I'm definitely not going to be doing whatever the fuck you're trying to get me to do. Also, the Shy Hero and the Assassin Princesses has its... Was it always called that? I don't remember there being assassin princesses in it. Anyway, we finally got to see what the guy looks like. That's him. This is the one where the hero Toto has talent, but his shyness has prevented him from forming a party as he languishes in the town of origins. 3 beautiful women, Ciel, Anemone, and Goa, invite Toto to join their party out of the blue. Toto gears up to begin the journey, but unbeknownst to him, all 3 women are plotting to kill him for their own reasons. Shit. It's getting more exciting every time we cover it. All right, Teenage Mercenary webtoon is getting an anime. At the age of 8, Ijin Yu lost his parents in a plane crash and became stranded in a foreign land, forced to become a child mercenary in order to stay alive. He returns home 10 years later to be reunited with his family in Korea, where food and shelter are plenty and everything seems peaceful. But Ijin will soon learn about life as a teenager. That life as a teenager is a whole other feat of survival. With only 1 year of high school left, Ijin must master new tactics to maneuver his way around the schoolhouse battleground. Can he survive a year of high school, or rather, will the school be able to survive him? Wow. Any opportunity that you ever had for me to think this would be fun to watch is gone. All right. Yaiba, Samurai Legend anime, prepares for second core with cast announcements and new opening and ending themes. So, this is obviously from the creator of Case Closed. Right? So that's the new character.
I can't wait for us to get the anime localized over here as Johnny.
I'd be okay with that.
Samurai Legend.
Yeah. I'm trying to find out what the characters' names are. There's none of them listed here that I can see. Wait. Nadeshko. Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, I was going to show you guys this. I saw this a while ago. I've been sitting on it since April. The opening theme to this is pretty legit in terms of like the arts, like effort.
Looks pretty good.
Doesn't it? Totally watchable.
Yeah, this is on Netflix, yeah? Or I forget which platform
It might be. It might be on Amazon. I can't remember. And it's Studio Wit.
Mm-hmm.
Kicking ass once again.
Yeah.
Somebody was saying, I can't even begin to tell you how impossible it would be to get something like this made in the U.S. The amount of executive meddling would slowly suffocate any originality out of it. All right, last thing in anime news here. Gundam creator teases a project where humanity is the enemy. Quote, people don't think anymore. Legendary Gundam creator Yoshiyuki Tomino has teased a new project that will depart from traditional enemy-based narratives, instead exploring humanity itself as the antagonist.
Yeah, as if... Oh,
go ahead.
Sorry. As if Gundam, if you've seen it, doesn't already fucking do that. And that's one of my pet peeves with fucking Gundam, is that war is bad. Don't have war. But does it in the most, like...
We're having this war to end war. Duh.
So, I read this as, Gundam creator teases project where humanity is the enemy. People don't think anymore. Meaning, you haven't realized this has been what I've been doing the entire fucking time, right? So it says here, he's teased a new project that will depart from traditional enemy-based narratives, instead exploring humanity itself as the antagonist, citing modern society's lack of critical thinking as a central theme. What would you even call that? Like Gundam Recontarda in G, right? I couldn't come up with anything.
How about just Gundam for Dummies?
Gundam. We have it.
I think people have been calling that for a long time already.
Gundam, are we the bad guys?
Gundam Recollection in G. Are we the bad guys?
Old man also said Yaiba is awful. The main character is a little shit that goes around attacking people for no reason. I was rooting for the bad guy because he was just trying to defend himself from Yaiba. That's like me with Tom and Jerry. Fuck that little mouse. Gundam D like these nuts. All right. In a recent interview, he said revealed he's working on a new project, one that breaks the convention by removing the concept of traditional enemy. Rather than another battle between military factions, this new work positions humankind itself as the antagonist. Seriously, this is the guy who wants to crush Miyazaki. He's like, fine, I'll take a page out of your book. I'd like to do a piece with no enemies. Perhaps humankind, who uses the earth to live on, is the enemy. It may sound like I'm trying to talk about the SDGs, but I'm not. What I want to say is that people don't think anymore. This philosophical shift marks a notable departure from Gundam's usual framework. Since the franchise began in 1979, Mobile Suit Gundam has centered around human conflict, often between the Earth Federation and the Principality of Zeon. These battles reflected real-world political tensions, ideologies, and the human cost of war. Even as later series introduced new settings or alien threats, the core dynamic remained human versus human, conflict driven by ambition, fear, and belief. Tomino's new concept reframes that. The enemy is no longer a person or a side, but humanity's behavior toward the Earth and toward each other. While he clarified it's not commentary on modern political talking points like the SDGs, the environmental undertones are hard to ignore. How this translates into a mecha narrative remains to be seen, especially considering how central direct confrontation has been to Gundam's identity. Nevertheless, Tomino's continued interest in evolving the format shows he's not finished pushing the genre's boundaries, even if that means removing the most familiar structure. Wow. Dreadful. Oh, in manga news, Vinland Saga is going to end with chapter 220. Thoughts on this? You think it's got a good place to stop?
It's probably going to end how the real one ended.
The real one? Is this based off of real life non-fiction?
Going back home?
Yeah. Like, the village is going to fail, and then they're going to go home. The end.
I can get behind this ending. Wow. Sounds like a show I gotta start tonight.
Like the historical end of the village, there wasn't enough women to go around, so they went home.
To get more women?
There weren't enough women to go around.
I got that.
So they went home.
They went home to get more women?
Share.
Like, yeah, fuck this. Like, I'm out. How long have we been here? Too long. All right. Gundam Anarchy. I'd still like Gundam. I think that's the funniest. All right. NetEase Games announces a new AAA single-player action game called Blood Message. Now, I've just got to say, having gotten back into gaming, you know, buying a PS5 and whatnot, I've played a few games, and while some of the graphics have been impressive, especially like Callisto Protocol, most of the games I've played, although good and fun, the graphics are not that much better, if better at all, than what I remember when I left gaming playing like Uncharted. You know what I mean? Now,
you say that, but what is it? There's this phenomenon.
I bet you if I played Uncharted again, I would be like, oh yeah, I see the major difference, right? But
yeah, I was going to say, like, the upscaling of graphics that your memory does is a crazy drug.
Yeah, I'm just saying that they haven't impressed me. This trailer we're about to watch impresses the fuck out of me. The only problem is the game's Chinese.
This is also probably like what, a pre-rendered cutscene, and then the gameplay is going to look different.
Well, they do stuff that you do in other games, like squeezing through tight places, and the graphics look really fucking good during it. So I don't know. I'm just saying. We'll watch it right now.
This part's definitely cinematic.
Yeah, this is definitely cinematic.
大唐还在的时候，
Oh, I fucking hate the way
丝路
Chinese
上的
sounds.
灯火从西域一直亮到长安，能点亮天
Not as
上
bad
的
as
星河。
Korean, but it's close.
Oh
大
yeah.
唐离我们太远了，神佛还会比我河西吗？
我是认真决定的，我还是想再试一次。
Okay.
今日我们所流的血，是为了把大唐带回来。
It's just Wukong without the monkeys.
Yes. Speaking of which, I have not gone back to that game since I popped it in once.
我们必须在破城之前把宁带出来。
Okay. These graphics look fucking impressive to me. That looks impressive.
Anya, 等着我。阿娘，阿娘，
阿爷。
This feels like Assassin's Creed. Never heard of her, right? Like, just in terms of the sort of like stealth, you know, sneaking around, jumping over stuff. This kind of reminds me of Uncharted. I don't know. Looks good.
Yeah.
Skipping way past all this. I don't know if we need to actually watch it.
输赢成败，皆如沙上之大，风来即散，为众生之苦，常漫于天地之间。
回家吧，这一切毫无意义。天命所归，我才是大唐。
Anyway, trailer's like 5 minutes long, so I'm not gonna. It really feels like gaming is back, though. You know, solving puzzles and shit. This feels like Chinese Uncharted, right? Like it really does.
I think that's a bold statement to say gaming is back when the actual gameplay doesn't look all that different from a lot of other games.
Well, I'm just saying that it's been quite a while since I saw a game where, like, you know, just seeing it made me go like, yeah, I'm on board for this, right? Anyway, we don't have to spend an absurd amount of time talking about it. I just thought I'd show it to you guys. It does look like Assassin's Creed, right? Chinese Assassin's Creed. There are rumors Sony is working on the PlayStation 6 to release in 2027. Well, that's going to suck. Mecha Break is what I'm waiting for. Huh.
Is that not already, like, playable?
I don't know.
Like, I played the beta months ago.
Anyway, moving past this. Chronos, the New Dawn physical edition for PS5 has been announced. So this is from the Bloober team, the creators of Silent Hill 2 remake and the forthcoming Silent Hill remake. I don't know. The trailer looked interesting. I don't know if I'm going to get it or not. I have a bunch of games I haven't played yet. However, I already pre-ordered this. Tormented Souls 2 has a new playable demo. if you are a fan of Silent Hill, Resident Evil, or the games like that from the old PlayStation era, this is a must buy. Like the first game, I went into it feeling like almost, what's the word? Like determined to dislike it, right? Like the references it was pulling were too obvious at first, and motherfucker, they excelled dramatically by the end of the game in what they put together. Like it's pretty breathtaking, story-wise. Like you start to figure out some twists at exactly the right moment to where they aren't ruined for you, but you also get the satisfaction of that half a second before they revealed. You're like, like it's so good. Really fun game. And then I don't know when this is coming out. I think it's October 23rd or something like that. 27th maybe. Anyway, Stellar Blade has sold 3 million copies, right, for the PC one or whatever. Maybe the over 3 million in total, right? That didn't do so well, did it? So
and currently Nikkei has Eve as the character you can get.
Yeah. So the Stellar Blade director rejects the idea of regulating adult mods. Says once the game is purchased, it belongs to the user. Ooh.
Oh, base.
Damn. Hold on. Where's the... The thing that makes the PP biggest. I rape thee in the name of the Lord.
I like how Reese was the only one on that layout.
Yeah, that's weird. Did my okay, good. It's still on the Yeti at least. All right, whatever. That didn't seem worth it. So yeah, while some of the world's more puritanical individuals have found themselves clutching their pearls over the adult mod potential of Stellar Blade's PC release, game director Hyung-tae Kim has no interest in trying to police fans' creative interests, as not only does he believe it to be a fool's errand, but he is also a strong proponent of customer ownership. Kim, who also serves as the CEO of Stellar Blade developer Shift Up, offered his thoughts on the concept of modding, especially as it pertains to Eve and company, during a recent interview given to South Korean video game news outlet This Is Game. Amidst a larger conversation regarding the ins and outs of the game's recently released PC edition, the director was at one point pressed by his host, quote, "The protagonist Eve is a very appealing sales point in and of herself. Because of that, she's also been subject to preconceived notions, especially overseas. One common issue with character-centric games is data modification, specifically the use of mods. What is your stance or policy regarding this?" In turn, Kim straightforwardly asserted, quote, "We don't have any set policy on this. In fact, data modification can range from simply increasing the game's speed to completely altering the gameplay itself. As long as it's not being abused, I believe mods can play a positive role by expanding the scope and experience of the game. So overall, I view them favorably. That said, there are cases where things approach hacking or interfere with the proper functioning of the game. In those cases, we ask that users be mindful when applying such changes." Further, Kim opined, "Modders still need to ramp up their firepower a bit. It's still lacking. At this point, I think the official content still has the upper hand."
Damn.
Shots fired.
Yeah, it's like, get better.
Yeah, he must have seen. Let me grab it. I didn't throw it in the doc, but now if I don't use it now, it's not getting used. He must have seen this and said, "This mod ain't shit." The pregnant Eve. Skin suit and diving suit. Oh. Since we don't provide an official modding tool, it's unlikely we'll see total conversions of the game. But I'm hopeful we'll start seeing mods that subtly change the way the game is enjoyed. Of course, new outfits or monster visuals would be great, but I'd be really excited to see mods that expand the player's experience in a meaningful way. To this end, Kim was then pressed for his stance on adult-rated skins, with his host asking him whether nude patches should be regulated, or do you view them as a matter of user choice? Standing firm, the Shift Up CEO affirmed, quote, "Stellar Blade is rated for adults only. So I don't think there's a strong justification for regulating such mods." Based. Realistically, there's no effective way to regulate them anyway, he admitted. As you probably know, mods have never truly been under full control of the developers. What I am concerned about, though, is not so much the existence of such patches, but the idea of people profiting from them by selling them at high prices. I'd much rather see people enjoying a culture of creation together, like a big party where everyone contributes. Closing out this portion of their time together, Kim declared, quote, "Ultimately, it's a matter of user freedom. Once a person owns the game, how they choose to enjoy it is entirely up to them. So no, we don't have plans to regulate that kind of content. I just trust that everyone is a mature member of society and will act within common sense, being mindful of sensitive or antisocial content." To which Nexus mods removed the Stellar Blade Kaya Bare Legs mod. So the Kaya Bare Legs mod for Stellar Blade, which removed the character Kaya's lower clothing to expose her legs, has been quietly deleted from Nexus mods and immediately re-uploaded to other sites such as Ayaka mods. Just days after his upload, the Kaya Bare Legs mod was removed by Nexus staff on June 19th, despite no obvious violation of nudity rules. The creator then resurfaced the file on Ayaka mods and DEG mods, DEG mods? I don't know what it is. Anyway, bypassing Nexus entirely. The mod in question would strip Kaya's legs of clothing. Wow. Are you all right, young man?
Just get situated.
Sounded like you were enjoying the company of a robot, right?
I just keep it subject down. Amazon just delivered some stuff.
Nexus Mods has been known to remove mods for ridiculous reasons in the past, whether it be because they think a character is underage, to mods that remove pride flags. One comment that sums things up nicely. Meanwhile, mods like this are okay. WTF. Caldos Ripper, trans fem penis for fem V. Whatever the fuck that means.
Jeez.
Anyway, any thoughts on this?
There's no agenda whatsoever
Yeah.
at Nexus Mod.
Yeah. Oh, scandalous bare legs. Somebody get Nexus a fainting couch. Oh, I guess Ronan Jaw reposted this stream. Nice. Mecha Break will come out July 1st. Oh, interesting. All right. Atelier producer attempting to balance both Western and Japanese tastes. To be honest,
So we got one character that's got gigantic booba, and
Yeah.
another one with what do you call it? Burkas?
Okay. I was trying to remember why I included both links. There we go. Koei Tecmo's Atelier producer Junzo Hosoi recently admitted the studio is torn between satisfying Western demand for straightforward action-packed gameplay and focusing on mechanics such as synthesis, which is favored in Japan. Okay, here's why I'm sharing this one. In the West, many players are looking for a more straightforward action-packed gameplay experience. However, in Asia, that kind of direction would be considered too simple, and players say they would rather like us to focus on making synthesis, which is a staple Atelier series gameplay mechanic that, as its name suggests, invites players to fuse items together in order to make different ones stronger.
I think she's gonna be able to synthesize something out of all of us.
I'm synthesizing so hard right now.
But here's the kicker: Western gamers aren't tuned to nuance. They cry foul the moment something doesn't conform to their politically cleansed comfort zone. Instead of preserving what made Atelier niche and beloved, instead of preserving what made them that, Gust is dithering between whiny Western demands and authentic Japanese design, risking creating a bland, halfway house that pleases no one. On one hand, Western fans openly demand English voiceovers, simpler controls, and inevitably diversity quotas. On the other, anime-savvy legacy players want alchemy complexity, turn-based strategy, and quirky charm. But Western developers often fold, preferring to sanitize and self-censor content rather than risk a backlash. They'll neuter fan-favorite mechanics before threading the needle through politically incorrect pitfalls. The takeaway? Westerners aren't just slow, but insatiable and easily offended. And guess who pays? Fans who actually like alchemy over handholding. Gust's path forward is clear. They need to stop pandering, preserve their identity, and let Western whiners swallow or skip. If Atelier turns into another Genshin Light action cash grab by listening to the woke entertainment crowd, the rich niche magic will vanish, and that would be a tragedy for anyone who actually cares about the depth and taste. I don't know. I don't play it. Never played it. Sorry. No comments. Do you guys have any comments on this? Okay, no pay. All right. Steam is yet to approve new Nekopara game. Fans shocked to learn Valve still hates anime. The latest entry in the Nekopara series, which is an eroge series with Steam releases being stripped of the R18 scenes, has been stuck in approval limbo on Steam for over 40 days. Because of course it has. Valve, known for its arbitrarily choking out anime-style games, is once again proving it can't handle a few cat girls in frilly outfits. The visual novel Nekopara After Lavray Familial, whatever, I don't know, was supposed to release weeks ago, but Steam has decided to sit on it in silence. Sakai Project, the publisher, has resorted to publicly counting the days they've gone without hearing anything from Valve, because when you're ghosted by a storefront, turning it into a sad calendar is all that's left. Wow, day 42, no response from Valve. Over 40 days of waiting and no response, no clarification, not even a vague rejection. Meanwhile, the game is already out on other platforms, but Steam apparently needs extra time to examine whether fictional anime girls are simply too dangerous for Western audiences. This is hardly new behavior. Valve has a long and proud history of treating anime games like radioactive waste. Honey Pop was famously yanked until developers censored it with safety mosaics. Maitetsu was pulled entirely. Evenical 2 was denied with no clear reason. And let's not forget Taiman and Asagi, which was once banned, reapproved, and then restricted again, all in the span of a week, because consistency is overrated. Of course, Steam has no problem featuring ultra-violent shooters where players mow down enemies in glorified blood orgies, but anime girls with large eyes in school uniforms, now that's apparently a threat to public decency.
Nothing beats a good blood orgy.
Oh, yeah. What's especially telling is how many developers now release their uncensored games on sites like DL Site or itch.io first, treating Steam as the final boss in a censorship dungeon. It's a platform that can, and often will, delay or block your release because your character's skirt is a little too short or your art style looks too anime. Sakai Project has remained patient, professional, and polite, which is admirable, but probably futile. Valve doesn't do transparency, it just does vague silence, random removals, and arbitrary moral grandstanding. especially when the content dares to look like it might appeal to, say, fans of Japanese games. Amazon's here. I'll go get it. Talk amongst yourselves while I go to the bathroom and also get the Amazon packages.
Oh my god.
Catch up on chat if there is any. There's okay. I'll be right back.
Was there chat? Or we got all of them?
Nothing new on chat.
All gay, no pay.
So how far are you in Mario Kart World Tour? Or whatever. Mario Kart World.
I haven't played it since the first time I played it.
When
Wow.
was the first time you played it? The day you got the Switch?
No, definitely not. I don't know, probably like a week ago or more.
Oof.
I'm making my way through all the Grand Prix. Oh, he's been hitmanning it up. He's
Yeah,
like
I've got like
top
I've got like
leaderboard hitman.
I've got like 50 hours logged in Hitman already.
He's a super assassin. I've been working my way through Mario Kart World, and it's very frustrating. Especially the new knockout tours where you have to run like 6 laps.
Yeah.
And if you're on the and you have to remain in first place through like 6 different checkpoints. So, in order to get the 3 stars, and it's so frustrating.
Not just past the cut. You have to be in first.
Yeah. It's very frustrating being on the last friggin' turn of the whole thing and getting blue shelled or lightninged just at the end, and you have to do the whole thing over again.
Damn.
But I finally got through all of the 8 knockout tours and 8 Grand Prix, and I unlocked mirror mode. So now I get to do it all over again. Mirrored though.
So, compared to like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe or whatever, it's not exactly like an upgrade, right? Because it doesn't have like tons of the classic maps all in one hub, right?
Correct. There is like the overworld, like free roam. That's kind of a cool thing to do.
That does seem cool, though. It's not going to be like, oh, this is a definitive replacement over Mario Kart 8.
No, absolutely
There's
not.
just so much stuff in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe for the Switch that it's really hard for anything to compare to it. And then on top
it's like
of
Smash
that,
Ultimate, how they put like literally every character from every gen in it.
Yeah. They also, a lot of the courses in this game are based on the Mario Kart Go or whatever it is, the mobile
Mario
game.
Kart Tour. Well, there's a lot of tour courses in Mario Kart 8.
There were a few, introduced later on. But anyway, and in those races, it's not like, okay, here's the map, you go around the map 3 times and then you win. A lot of those tour maps change on the second or third lap. So you're playing it slightly differently. Or you're going through the parts backwards, and so, and they take that to the extreme in this one, where basically there's maybe 2 races that have like similar laps, like other than maybe
the
2
Asians
literal...
and the whites.
The Asians and the whites. What?
You said there's 2 similar races that have similar laps or whatever.
Yeah. So it's you never get like in your old Mario Kart, you go around the map the first time, you kind of get your the land. The second time you kind of try and build up a lead, and the third one you're just trying to hold the lead. But in this one, you're figuring out the lay of the land the whole time. You never really get the lay of the land. And the worst part about it is because of the world tour aspect of it and the fact that everything is built off the free roam, they've just basically made the you can go anywhere part into a constrained course, meaning it looks like you can go over there. Look, there's a thing over there on the right. It looks like you can go over there. But if you try and go over there during the race, it like Lakitu picks you up, puts you back on the map, right?
Oh,
cock blocked again.
Yeah, and there's ones where it's like the part that you can get to is actually part of the race. Like there was one map that's based on the Super Nintendo version of the game, so it's very flat, and the walls are very small. Like it's not a tall wall or anything, so you can, if you have the feather, you could fully jump over that wall and skip a huge like turn.
Are you talking about in the original game or in the new game? Did they bring?
I don't know if
back?
you could. The feather is back. I don't.
Okay.
So I'm talking about in the new game, but on one of the courses that were
in
remade.
in the original game, there was a part of Rainbow Road where you could jump over the wall with the feather. And if you did it just right, you could land like so far down in the course that nobody would ever be able to lap you.
Yeah. So this isn't like a huge jump, but it's like a big enough jump that you're like, oh, I'll go for that. But if you try and go for it, Lakitu picks you up. Like you would make the jump. You're not going to fall or do anything, but you hit the barrier of that, like the invisible wall. Lakitu will pick you up, put you back on there, and steal your items too, right?
Oh,
so it's so there's definitely some things where it's like annoying because it's like I should be able to do that, but I can't because of an arbitrary limitation, or that looks like I should be able to go there, but then you can't. So then you start thinking, I don't want to like explore, right?
Yeah.
Because now you're like conditioned to not explore because you might fuck up.
Yeah, it's like imagine a video game where like there is a computer model in the game, right? And you try shooting it when you first get introduced to it, and nothing happens, right? Like, well, I'm not going to waste my ammo. Then it turns out at the very end of the game, you're supposed to shoot the computer to open a secret door to be able to fight the final boss. You're like, well, how the fuck should I know? If I shot every other goddamn TV and realized I was just wasting my ammo, like
the thing that I kind of equated to is like, the yellow paint trope where people have put like yellow paint on things to say like you can go here.
Yeah, like
it's like
now because I'm conditioned to it's yellow painted, therefore that's a ledge I can grab. I'm never going to try another ledge.
But not even that. In this game, it's worse. In this game, the yellow painted ledges are everywhere, and if you go for them thinking, oh, that's a yellow painted ledge, you get punished. And it's like, oh, not in this map, in this race, that's not a yellow. It's yellow and it's painted. But in this map, if you try and go for that, you get Lakitu back to the course. So it's like, come on, like. Basically, you have to watch the NPCs to see where they go, and if they go somewhere, it's like, okay, I know I can go that route. But then the races change all the time, so it's also like a lot to try and remember which maps you can take which paths, right?
It's transracial.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, thank you for stalling. This drink. Delicious. Mixing those two, secret, special, extra great drink. Old man says, I beat Dead Island 2. It was free on Epic, so the price was right. The game felt like it was constrained by modern developers. There was no edge to it. Fighting zombies was okay, but the characters were either insufferable or boring and bland.
100%. That's why when I saw that, I didn't bother buying it because I'm like, this looks so cringe.
Borderlands 2 had a death barrier. If you crossed it, automated gun turrets took you out. Yeah, well. I'd love it if they incorporated that into Mario Kart. Instead, it's just a wanted star level like in Grand Theft Auto. All right, so in other news here, Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD Remaster predictably censored.
Really? A microaggression.
Yeah. Play Asia just dropped. You know what? Fuck, we should start doing that. Censor my game? That's a microaggression against me. You know? Like, I like this strategy.
That's a microaggression against weebs.
Play Asia just dropped confirmation that the Japanese version of Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD Remaster will include some outfits considered inappropriate for Western audiences. So at least Japan gets to keep their fan favorite skimpy looks. Win for common sense over censorship policing. Okay, so the Japanese version is going to include that, but the Western one won't. Okay, got it. Here, let's change this up. Let's see what happens if we try this. What happens if we do this? He said when nobody else had any idea what the fuck he was talking about. All right, let's try that. Boom. Bigger. Greenline completely submerged. Greenline not even part of the show anymore. How's that, everybody? How do you like it? Okay. Footnum also submerged. Drowning in comments.
How do I like what?
I changed the layout. So you and Greenline are hidden behind the comments.
You might want to ask them to be able to like edit the layout for the comment.
The comment thing? Yeah, because that'd be great if I could just move that over. I can click on old man and I can move his little icon around the screen, but then it doesn't do anything. All right. No, I definitely agree. That would be great. Okay, cool. Okay. Greenline is safe. And muted. Okay, anyway. According to a tweet from the online retailer Play Asia,
His neck is long enough. You can stay above water.
The Japanese release will feature character costumes that were previously altered or removed in Western editions of Bravely Default. While the Western versions often avoid offensive attire, the Japanese version apparently retains them and even includes an English build, making importing an easy workaround. Oh, that's nice.
Oh.
Yes.
So you can see the naked guy on the right.
Yes. Is that what we banned in the US? Many players just want the authentic look the game was meant to have, not watered down cosplay intended to avoid upsetting moral busybodies. Square Enix has a long history of censorship. The original Western release of the game bumped characters' ages from 15 to 18 and slightly altered revealing outfits, but the Japanese HD remaster seems to push back, even if the West might still get a sanitized version.
The panties are like smaller, basically. Oh, and on the bottom one, I guess. What the hell? It's like belts.
Oh, okay. I see what it is. Okay, you're right. So the left side is the censored version. So they took the cups for the boobs and got rid of the cleavage by just making it across there, and then made the. Yeah, you're right. And then for the belts on the right, they're like wearing a leotard underneath it. Okay, wow, they made that so easy. This is yet another domino in the long chain of media censorship between bending to Western sensibilities, letting the original scandalous outfits remain, even in an English-capable version, offers a small victory for fans who are tired of corporate virtue signaling. All right. Moving past that. Yoko Taro says fewer weird people in gaming. I agree. Actually, what he said is there are fewer weird people in gaming these days. Okay. Sorry, I was getting triggered by the fact that when I edit the layout in like the editor, it looks like it's lined up with that pixel on the right side, but once I hit OK, it moves it. Now it's fixed. Randy's drowning. Randy is coming up for air. Why can't I select you? I'm going to have to move somebody else down. There you go.
Wow.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay. There we go. Just as nature intended.
Poor Greenline.
If you're muted, you're drowning. Okay, Yoko Taro says fewer weird people in gaming. Nier creator Yoko Taro recently stated that there are fewer weird people making games today, a remark that might reflect the gaming industry's shift towards safer, more politically correct projects. During a fan Q&A on Twitter, Yoko Taro, known for his eccentric style and unconventional titles, remarked, quote, "I've been in the gaming industry for 30 years, but I feel like there's less weird people now." He admitted uncertainty. He admitted uncertainty whether this trend is isolated to gaming or mirrors broader societal changes. Taro's point highlights a notable shift. As big budget titles face growing demands for political correctness, risk-taking and offbeat creativity appear to be on the decline. He praised earlier innovators like Fumio Ueda of IIIrd as epic-making, attributing their impact to a willingness to deviate from the norms. I love IIIrd, and you can beat it in like 3 hours. It's such a short game. Shadow of the Colossus was his next game. Well, another one of his games. I don't know if it was specifically his next game. Many AAA developers now lean into safe formulas, consistent branding, no sharp edges, and minimal cultural friction. Indie games, however, continue to produce standout oddities, Undertale, Doki Doki Literature Club, by embracing creative chaos. Yoko Taro's statement raises a sobering question. Is the trend toward politically safe game design squeezing out the very weirdos who once drove innovation in gaming? Perhaps it's time for studios big and small to remember that creativity thrives not in consensus, but in discord. Oh. Well, that didn't really go anywhere. There's fewer weird people in gaming. That's not a good thing. We want the weirdos. Bring me more Katamari Damacy. Meanwhile, Dolphin Wave adds bouncy wedding dress gacha featuring You Are Shion and Nacht. Greenline and Foodnum are muted. So we're going to have to clamor even louder for the rest of them. Well done. They're both unmuted now. So
is that better? Is that what you preferred?
Yeah. All right. Now that the warm up woke you. Giant 3D boobs appear on giant 3D video billboards in Japan.
I wonder what video game this was promoting.
I wonder.
Honestly, some pretty clever visual trickery going on in an ad for a video game that knows exactly what it is. This was, in hindsight, inevitable. Considering it's been a few years since 3D video billboard ads started getting major attention in Japan, you could even say it's surprising that it didn't happen sooner. Yes, there is now a giant 3D video billboard in Japan with giant 3D anime boobs. And yes, it is from our lovely Brown Dust 2.
It was a fucking video game cartridge. Okay, I didn't watch the full thing, but
wow.
The effect is so good, like
yeah,
dude, that part where it freaking
where the boobs jiggled?
No, that part where it comes out, I was like, holy fuck. For a second there, I legitimately had like a mental, like the gears in my brain like skipped a peg or whatever. I was like, wait, what?
Shifted into horny for a second.
No, over the video games?
Yes. You got horny over the game cartridge.
Wow.
It's like the
what
imagery
a
and
convenient. I've just noticed it's for Splash Queen. What a convenient way to showcase the costume reveals for the Splash Queen event. Let's start with Reffy.
Oh, so cute.
Oh God, are you gonna show the other ones?
Yeah. Put the baby on screen though first.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm getting the baby.
Because Wilhelmina, let me tell you, man.
Fuck. Hold on, I have to upload the baby.
You're gonna need a bigger baby.
Hold on, I have to upload the baby from the other one because it's in a different brand.
Oh.
Oh fuck, where is the baby? BABY. See what comes up. What is this? The fuck is that? Baby Joe Biden just popped on screen. I really got to get back to that Adolf Hitler. Ooh, Nona.
That's still not finished.
I've got AI now, bro. Like I can finish that. Okay, let me just look for this baby real quick. No? All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to... Sorry.
That sounds like a threat. It's like we're just gonna end it all.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the other brand, and I'm just gonna upload the videos to this brand, since that's easier than finding the baby.
You should have downloaded, like, I think there's a YouTube version that they did of these promos that they already censored them.
Oh no! Why would I show the censored ones, dumbass?
To keep your channel.
Oh my god, it's only letting me upload one at a time because we have too many things in the brand.
The bust is too big to fit.
All right, we're doing Zenith next.
Oh no. She hasn't come out yet. I've been saving all my pulls for that. For that bitch. Footnum can attest, I whined about it. Ooh, oh my.
No, where'd the baby go?
No, not the baby.
Yeah, fuck that.
It's true. He will.
I would.
Oh, that's only the beginning.
No, do not show it, please.
So you guys remember Wilhelmina, right?
Oh, I have not stopped forgetting Wilhelmina, seeing as though she's on my menu screen every time I pop up the game.
Yeah,
not that one. No, not that. The new one is now on my menu.
Here's the new one.
No audio.
Yeah, fuck.
PP got massively big when I read this.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, fuck that.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck that.
Absolutely. Now,
a little bubble tickle. That's like the added like zest right there.
Yeah, but the screensaver, or the one that it ends on for the menu is the one where the wind's blowing off the bottom skirt. So it's just
You can set it to
ass.
either one.
Oh, you can. Well, I have it to the ass.
AC, you're muted.
You've come.
Eclipse. I don't know if Eclipse has a splash queen, but
This is an anniversary reward.
Yeah, this is the 1.5 anniversary instead of the 2-year anniversary.
She was the most popular character voted, so that's why she got a new
You
costume.
keep that baby on screen. What are you doing?
All right, then let's move on.
I knew.
Oh God, I'm coming again.
I knew you would come. I want to pitter patter all over your tits.
Yeah, yeah.
All of our clips are coming
I'm gonna
come in this very moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say we need to use this brand more often.
I finally got to the point where I could do it 26 times in one day.
It's nipple time, pal.
Oh shit!
I have the weirdest boner right now.
Weirdest?
Look at me, I'm a whore. I'm gonna come. All right.
Nani?
Okay, that's quite enough of that.
All right. So that, by the way, that was me yelling in the audience. If you couldn't hear that in the video.
Can we please get a sponsorship by this game?
I don't know. I did get an $11 million offer for a sponsorship on one on something that's already happening without my consent.
Well, I think we got this wrapped up nicely in a coat of paint, one might say.
So it says here, with the goal of making the sexiest outdoor advertisement in the world. This is what this says, by the way, this Japanese. With the goal of making the sexiest outdoor advertisement in the world, we currently have 3D advertisements with a big Ustia in Tokyo's Ikebukuro, Shibuya, and Akihabara, and in Osaka. This is the one in Osaka. The mobile PC video game, developed by South Korea's NeoWiz and published in Japan by Gameon, builds itself as a tactical RPG that's Mune Ipai. Do you guys know what Mune means?
No.
No, but I'm going to assume it means full. Or
What is the ending theme to Case Closed called?
I don't know.
I think it's the ending. It might be. Mune ga Doki Doki. Mune means chest. The beating in my chest, right? So Mune is chest, right? Says
Ipai
here
is like what? Is it like Opie?
No, Ipai is like I don't know how you would describe it, but like I have a book for my kids that I bought at Goodwill, I want to say, called Tabemono Ipai, and it's like a book about a book filled with food.
It's full or a lot.
Yeah. So it says here it bills itself as a tactical RPG that's Mune Ipai, a Japanese phrase that means filled with emotion, but it can also translate to full of breasts.
Full chest.
Which isn't an at all inaccurate description of the game's aesthetic sensibilities. Setting aside the titillation factor, the ad's design is pretty clever. It actually consists of a pair of screens, each with a faux bezel. The light blue frames are actually part of the video image, but because they look like actual physical borders, when the character Ustia sticks her hands, feet, or chest outside of them, and a simulated shadow darkens the corresponding part of the frames, it looks like she's actually extending herself out into the 3D space of the real world, right? The shadows. Preview video for this is for the game. We looked at most of what's in that, by the way. Brown Desk 2 makes no attempt to hide what kind of game it is, and the video has been getting appreciative comments from fans since it was posted, with some who live outside of Tokyo and Osaka areas pining for the giant Ustia to make her way to their towns too. For now, though, it's just going to be those two cities, with Osaka's 3D ad found in the Dotonbori neighborhood's Tsutaya Ibisubashi building. And Akihabara's giant Usia appearing on the Onoden building. Go ahead, Reese.
I said I bet real estate in that area is just going to go up.
The ads are scheduled to run through June 29th, and Brown Dust 2 account says they play roughly every 15 minutes. In case you happen to spot a lot of guys standing around and looking up at the screens with especially expectant looks in their faces.
No, you're going to get a lot of public gooning sessions.
I don't know. I don't think that this was like goon worthy.
You're thinking it too hard. The community refers to her ascended form as Bustia.
That's pretty good. Anyway, if you needed these, they're in the doc.
I have them on full display on my computer, and I got Ustia 2 for them.
Yeah, you got the beach one.
I trust you.
In like 30 polls.
Yeah.
Wait! Why'd you pull for her? You could have got her in the free pack.
Well, then I can get her in the double of her in the free pack.
Yeah, I don't know if she's actually that usable in game, but whatever.
All right.
Go ahead, Reese.
Crunchyroll has dropped a nuke on us, I guess. So we got Bartender coming in September. Bartender Glass of God.
Judge this time, apparently.
Whoa. This is a different bartender.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. This is a different one. This is
the new series.
It looks very okay. It's a new series
with the subtitle Glass of God.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, same story or same kind of basic premise, but it follows the manga more closely.
Wait, so it's like a remake or whatever?
Effectively,
so this is
yes.
Bartender Brotherhood?
Effectively, yes.
Oh my God.
All right, and then we got Blue Lock episode Nagi, the movie. That's coming. And Days with My Stepsister.
Help, stepbrother, I'm stuck. Is this dubbed?
When is Nights with My Stepsister coming out?
This is the Luigi anime.
Yep.
I was reincarnated as the Seventh Prince. Yes, that is a boy.
I'm Standing on a Million Lives, season 1. Now, when this one was originally licensed, it was done with a partnership with Sentai, like how Sentai released "Keep Your Hands Off Eizouken," but still had like the Crunchyroll logo on it. This was also part of that deal, but obviously it never came from Sentai. So there's stuff that's seemingly coming back to Crunchyroll for release.
Well, as long as it goes to someone, I guess.
Yeah, at least as long as we get the release, yeah. So this is season 1. In the Land of Leodale finally coming out.
Yeah.
I have no idea what the fuck this is, but sure.
This came out like 2020.
Oh damn! Fuck.
Yeah.
So does that mean we're gonna get Nagatoro eventually? Like.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's what we're hoping with all these dropping from like ages ago. Nobody's way up to an exploration hero. Every time I see her, I think of that my Mom Online character.
Oh.
Every time I see her.
Yeah. Wait, do you love your mother and her twin style nuclear attacks or whatever?
Two hit.
Multi-target attacks.
Quality Assurance in Another World. I wanted to like this one, but I couldn't.
What's this one? Is this the one where he is like? Is this one where he has like the Amazon ability basically, or is that another one?
No. He's a game tester.
Oh, okay. What's the Amazon one where he gets like the Amazon ability and becomes like?
Middle-aged shop. No. There's like 2 of them. Campfire cooking in another world with my absurd skill. It's mostly cooking, but there's one that's like on middle-aged online shopper in another world where it's like legitimately Amazon, and not just centered around food.
Okay.
Tonikawa Over the Moon for You Season 2.
Get cucked if you bought the fucking limited edition like I was thinking about buying, but...
That was Season 1.
Released by...
All the anime.
All the anime, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said
That's the
cucked.
that's the only release that they put out for that. So it's not like you have a choice.
Yeah, he's saying there is no standard edition for that set.
Yeah, get fucked.
Yeah.
But there's no limited edition for this set.
Look, the reaming of Uranus is going to be ruptured either way.
I'll have to barter for them to make a limited. This and Dr. Stone. You know, whenever he gets around to doing that.
Yeah, man, get on it.
Yeah. Tower of God Season 2.
Oh God, is this the Yaoi arc?
Right.
So Season 1 was released by Viz, right?
I believe so.
I'm pretty sure.
Just like with Jujutsu Kaisen and fucking...
Yeah.
Probably
Wait, wasn't
Chainsaw
Tower
Man.
of God like partly sponsored and created by Crunchyroll?
Maybe.
Or are you telling me that Season 1 was released by somebody else?
Yeah. It's
Crunchyroll.
Originals.
It says Crunchyroll right on the side, but also
Yeah, no, but it also says Viz right here.
Yeah, but like this is
this is like
the era.
This is like fuck that. I don't even want to be part of this next season.
Yeah. But it's like
I think it could be the opposite, where Crunchyroll's like, bro, you did
Reese,
so
go back.
bad on that Blu-ray encode, we're taking it back.
Go back to Tower of God Season 1. When was the release date for Tower of God Season 1?
Oh.
I think it's back when Viz and Crunchyroll had that partnership deal still, which
well,
was
like
quite
this
a while
was.
ago.
I feel like this was like the era of like.
It's so old it doesn't have a description. That's how you know it's old.
Yeah, like this was back in the era where Discotheque had some of Crunchyroll stuff. That
like
you know.
You mean the free deal?
Yeah.
Or wait, is that what it was?
You know, like
are we
Kimono
done?
Friends. And fucking, yeah, we're done.
And they also got a steelbook for that, for some reason.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice that Season 1 doesn't have that.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a very ignorant question?
He's got a Pokeball, a dive ball.
That's a pal sphere if I've ever seen one. Can I ask a really stupid question to a sound engineer?
Sure.
Is one prong on the XLR supposed to be way longer than the others?
I think I've seen that, and it's literally on the exact thing you have there. Like, I think it works. I do have that exact thing. What the hell? Like, I don't think it matters. Like, it'll work either
Okay.
way. I don't think it's a problem.
This is what the Amazon Ferry just delivered for me.
Developed.
All right, moving on. Why does nobody remember me in this world?
The moment they find out the answer, like, game over.
Why is all that gone?
Wistoria, Wand and Sword, Season 1. I like this one. I thought it was better than Mashal.
Why is that familiar?
It's Mashal, but without the muscles.
Except this guy is fucking a beast.
Oh. He doesn't look it.
I know, right?
Wow.
I feel like it did it better. But anyway. Freerin! Season 1, Part 2! Finally!
Season
After
1,
a million years. Yeah.
Finally! Yeah, it's nice to see that the standard edition comes with the rest of the art cards to finish off the set from the first part. And you're not, like, locking those behind, like, the LE for Part 2. Speaking of, also, these are all September releases. The LE comes out in October.
150 fucking bucks, but I'll.
At least they gave it the FMA treatment where you.
Yes, seriously. At least they made it really easy for me to say fuck no.
Also, this is I'm signed in, so this is showing the 15% off Ultimate Fan discount.
Oh no! Oh.
I'll still probably be able to, I don't have the ultimate fan discount, but I do have a discount. I forget which one I
So
have.
it comes with this suitcase. I'm just gonna.
Which
But then why are
contains...
you saying, oh no?
Huh?
If you wanted this, you would get it through Reese and get his discount. What do you
I'm
care?
just saying, for anyone who wants to buy it without the discount, they're even more hosed.
Oh, dumbass! What are you saying?
So yeah, there's the 3 art cards, 7 sticker sheets. Holy fuck!
And then what? A full-size art book, because that's the whole reason they gave you a ginormous casket.
Full-size art book. Luggage tag. 7 shikishi.
AKA art
and
cards that are glorified.
And an
An
acrylic
acrylic,
dandy.
reprint, and a mimic.
And if you buy it from the Crunchyroll store, you get a keychain.
Wow. I'm so glad.
I like the box, though. The box is definitely going on the shelf. And I'm keeping
the chipboard box that actually fits in your shelf.
Yeah.
That's
I'm throwing everything
the
else
only
away.
redeeming
And
quality.
it also says season 1 instead of, and like on the regular ones, it's just part 1, part 2. On this box, it actually says season 1.
Yay for accuracy.
If they have this at Anime Expo, I will.
Bro,
it comes
they
out
won't.
in.
I know it comes out. I know. If they have this
In
at
no,
Anime
no,
Expo,
no.
I will give them a piece of my mind, like I did to the NIS America booth, and I bullied them into eventually giving us good sets. I will be like, come here.
No more suitcases.
Yes.
Or I'll
Fuck
kill you.
Yeah. How much pull do you have at Crunchymation?
Or at least, like, make the suitcase usable so you can, like, have just a suitcase.
You know what's ironic? The other thing they did this with, Full Metal Alchemist, they did have another tier of limited edition that was just a box, but it was a completely different box. So that's the problem.
It was a chipboard box with like art cards or something. Yeah.
So do this. Have 2
This
tiers
should be
of
the
limited
collector's
edition.
edition. This should be the collector's edition.
Yeah, and
do they have a freaking photo at least of the top? First of all, make it a goddamn mimic, first of all, right? Why would you? Does the suitcase have any relevance to the series at all?
She
carries around the suitcase all over.
Came down
Bullshit,
in a
I don't
bubble,
fucking
dog.
care. What are they going to do for season 2?
You're gonna tell me I'm wrong?
They're gonna do a second suitcase that's a different shade, right? It'll be like Food Wars with a different color bento.
Ouch.
I think the box design looks nice, but at the same time, it's like it doesn't say anything Frieren. Like it's just design.
Yeah.
Like the actual art.
Yeah, I
box.
would have preferred mostly white.
Like art cards on the face. Effectively.
I mean, when you put this in your bookcase, you'd be like,
I might as well buy that steel Nook.
FLCL. What is this nonsense with a handle to pull it out? Like, goddamn.
I mean, at least we have a separate limited edition box.
Actually,
sorry.
this
It's gonna be right next to.
It's gonna be right next to your Full Metal Alchemist one.
Oh my god.
No, actually, it'll be first, right? Frieren will be first.
Yeah. RSTU.
God. It literally is going to be right next to it. What? I'm looking it up.
What? Is this a logic rack now? Come on.
Well, I just took pictures of my collection, so
It'll be the 80-year-old anime collector, and he'll be doing a video. Okay, class, today on Anime Collector, we've got my collection of suitcases.
Right. All right, I'm looking it up. F.
my
Full Metal-
Frieren has like 4 things between it and Full Metal
Okay,
Alchemist, even more.
Fruits basket.
From the New World, Fruits Basket
will
Fuse,
be in
Memoirs
between.
of a Huntress or whatever.
So it's gonna go.
Future
It's gonna
Diary,
go Frieren,
Fuka.
From Up on Poppy Hill, Fruits Basket, the Fukons, Full Dive, this ultimate next gen Full Dive RPG is even shittier than real life. Then Full Metal Panic. Then Full Metal Out. Oh wait, no, Full Moon Osagashite.
What? Wait.
So it's
why does Full Metal Panic come before your Full Metal Alchemist?
Because Full Metal Panic is 3 words.
Yeah.
Full Metal Alchemist is 2 words.
Spaces go up in the hierarchy.
Even still, I'm gonna put it before it. Man, that's annoying.
Yeah, they're just like this. I don't know, like as it's.
That looks perfect. Just give me that. Let me buy this. I'll pay $20 more if you ship it to me as just that. I'm like,
I feel like having the art box represent the series more than just these designs.
Like I said, it's basically buying the Steel Nook, but it says free rent on the spine.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see if they sell the Steel Nook at Anime Expo.
They totally will.
They absolutely
They'll be trying
will.
to get rid of it.
Exactly.
They'll be like, buy anything, get one free.
They're gonna be like, buy 4 Steel Books, get a free Steel Nook. Like
that's what they did online. For like
exactly. They're gonna do that at Anime Expo. Like, we're gonna make this a thing. It's gonna happen, guys.
It's gonna
Don't
be
lose
a
out.
thing.
They said they'll give us a 1% raise if we can sell the Steel Nooks. Right.
All right, moving on. Unless you guys have anything more to say.
No. Wear your
Nope,
low-cut tops.
about
Bring
time
in
is
the
all I can
weebs.
say.
We're selling
Alright.
these Steel Nooks.
We're moving into the Sentai September slate. And Yet the Town Moves re-release.
Did they dub this one finally?
No,
Nope.
I don't even know if it's worth dubbing.
I'm just glad that it's.
The
Wait,
Eminence in
whoa,
Shadow.
go back.
Oh,
Control Shift T, bro. What is going on with that gap in the finger?
I don't know.
This is a Trekkie salute if I have ever seen one.
This is secretly like a Star Trek spinoff, like a prequel.
This is the 2 in the pink and 3 in the stink down here.
If anything, it's 2 in the stink.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, whoa. It's
Ain't nobody putting their most dexterous fingers in the stink.
Well, are you guys done? Have you gotten it out of your system? The fingers.
Yeah.
Yes. Move on.
You want to move on?
That's anything's a dildo.
I'd like the town to move.
Is that a magnifying glass pen?
It looks like it.
Oh my god! Wow. Do we need to
watch Club When?
Okay.
No.
In shadow.
Okay. My immense sadness. When Fundum suggested that we watch this for a watch club, I legitimately thought the entire time we were talking about Shadow's House. I don't even own this, which means I have to pick it up LE version.
Which means it's going to be pushed to September at the earliest.
I hate how it has the stupid wraparound like clamshell
Oh,
extreme going
we're
on.
going to look at this over here.
I don't like
good.
the brown border.
Good, it's
So
only
long as it's not
$116.99 on this.
Made in
site.
Abyss.
I mean, it's basically going to be like sticking out as much as a Made in Abyss. At least it won't have the thing on the side, or will it?
Oh,
No, because Made in Abyss has the damn buttons. Like, so long
I
as
know,
it doesn't have the
but
strap.
this is gonna stick out. It'll be like Review Starlight. Look at see how it has the giant ass lip on that. If you go back,
Yeah.
like
So zoom in on that last shot.
What, this
zoom
one?
in hands.
Yeah, right click, open a new tab. Okay, now zoom in, and you can see that enormous lip. No, go down. Not
If
just
you go
that.
to the right, you can see it better.
Look at that shit.
On the one on the right.
Oh, this thing?
Well, you can see it on the other part too, but yes.
This here?
Oh, bleh.
I'll just put it next to Maid and Abyss. It'll have to go there.
I mean, I guess your collection's messed up, so that makes sense with you.
You sure you don't want to watch Shadow's House?
Yeah, I didn't know it had a limited edition coming. I kind of
nobody. That's the thing. Nobody knew it was gonna have a limited edition.
Aren't you glad we haven't done it for our Watch Club yet?
I'm glad I haven't bought it yet, or
Aren't you
am
glad?
I?
Yeah, I was gonna
Because
say,
I don't want
aren't
it.
you glad the manifesto took so long?
Previously, it would have said like limited edition coming soon down here.
Right.
You know.
Oh no! There's a steelbook of Food Wars. I mean, I'm glad that I resigned myself to not getting them, the limited editions anymore.
Yeah, me too. Finally, I can watch Food Wars.
But yeah, there's also season 2 of this, so that might get a limited
Oh,
edition.
absolutely, it will. This is Sentai we're talking about. $180 steelbooks or limited editions. I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
Here's an $88 steelbook.
Anime Expo time.
You guys laughed at me, but my UK version cost like half that, and it was an art box. No logos.
Yeah, but how? Like, I mean, it's no bigger than the steelbook.
It is bigger than a steelbook. It's like
By how much?
Double deck, by twice as big, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when the steelbook's like one case size, it looks nice.
Yeah, and is the art box like one case size for the Blu-ray, and like that's it?
No, it's got 2 cases in it, doesn't it?
If they get all 5 seasons,
You're the one who owns it.
Why are you? It's yeah. Well, I don't. I'm saying it's good. Like, why would it have a catch?
I don't know. I'll probably buy the steelbook. I was thinking about buying the UK version, like for them.
Julie, what happened to this light?
I'll buy the steelbook.
Moving
Looks
on.
nice. Better than the stupid bento box.
Grimoire
Zero
Zero
re-release.
Re-release.
Can you re-release the limited edition with a label on the?
I have the LE with no label.
I had the LE, then it burned
And
in fire.
my
but-
deep sadness.
That tiger
appar-
thing looks sus.
And apparently, Lance was telling us that like the sequel is part of like Crunchyroll has it, and it's weird.
Yeah, they do have the. I don't know about the weird part, but they do have it.
Lance,
Well,
how
like,
come
it's
you're
we-
not back on the show yet?
Where's Lance talking to us? Where's he at?
Well, I'm willing into existence that we have another episode with Lance for a forthcoming episode.
Yeah. Also, you're out of camera. Is that deliberate?
Yeah, I was refilling my drink. Making sure this night will be a disaster for everyone.
And we have Keep Your Hands Off Azakin Premium Edition.
Oh, this is AIDS 2? No! I was looking forward to this one. No, it's a fucking...
Is that what?
Wait, sorry. Go back to the full. That's not too bad.
Is it
What
made
do
of
you mean?
cardboard?
It looks like one of those like monthly inventor boxes.
Subscription box.
Yeah.
So he has every problem with the Eminence of Shadow sticking out like 2 inches, but this one that you're gonna have to put like lopsided with no label probably.
Well, I'm just saying it could be a lot worse. It could be free run level.
Free run
Free
level
run
you
at
can
least
take
has
out
a
of the
box.
dang case.
Well, we got a case over here too.
No, he means you have a limited edition art box you can take out of the case as an
That
end label and doesn't
book
look like
looks
that.
fucking enormous.
Is like if there is a label on like
What
the
is
bottom
that?
part-
Is it
Yeah.
literally cardboard?
It is.
That's awful. Why would
That
you
is awful.
charge $120 for a cardboard box?
Yuck! I'll have to buy the fucking standard.
At least you get a
Standard.
patch.
This
Okay,
is
it's a patch.
Authenticity
for-
card.
custom art box, Kun.
Oh, thank God! Just what I needed. A numbered version of the set. How many of them
No,
make it?
yeah.
3,000?
They'll need
The Eminence and Shadow one has an authenticity.
Oh,
card,
just
too.
to make sure that you're definitely fucked when you order it. Like
That's how you know how many you have after you bought your third one, because it's made of cardboard.
Yeah.
All right, Princess Principal Complete Collection. This is just a TV series, I'm presuming.
Oh.
Then that's not complete. That's a fucking
Yep.
lie. It needs to have the
Yep.
fucking movies.
The movies
It's
that
just
are
a
still not
re-release.
finished airing.
I can't believe they would say complete collection. How dare they?
It should be the incomplete collection is what it should be called. Incomplete.
Yeah, that's the update.
That's what they called the Excel Saga box set, the imperfect collection.
Right.
I need to buy that at some point.
So real quick, Old Man says Free Run is my favorite by far. That would have been awesome if it had been a mimic.
Yeah,
Yes,
it would
I
have
agree. Then the next set should come with a Free Run figure that gets trapped by the mimic. Eminence and Shadow is so much better than you think, much better than I thought it would be.
That's what
Keep your hands off
heard.
Azakin is awesome. It's all about creating animation.
I've heard that it's awesome. I'm just complaining about the stupid fucking art box. That's just cardboard.
Eminence and Azakin are both awesome.
I feel like progressively, we as collectors are constantly getting fucked. And
I think I'm just gonna have to buy the normal Shadows.
I just keep winning by buying the standard editions and not caring about LEs.
I
the
think
standard Aniplex editions.
I think it would be interesting if I became like a congressman in Texas and I just proposed laws that stop bullshit collector's
sheets?
editions. Yeah. Like
you have my vote.
You cannot improve the cost of your product by including trinkets that appeal to 3-year-olds. So saith the governor, whatever the fuck I'm going to be.
No
How do I-
collector's
how do-
edition
how do I
shall be
combine
sent in
the
a
g-
bubble packet.
I was just thinking, how do I combine the Governator with the Anime Collector to make a new name?
The Governator collector.
The
Anime
Animator.
Governator.
Alright, we gotta go for this window. Alright. Wild new license from Sentai Queen.
Whoa, Queen Melania.
That really is. What the hell?
Is this a
From Sentai? Is it dubbed? I doubt.
Galaxy? What is this?
It's
from?
that
This
guy,
is
yeah.
It's from
Leiji
Leiji Matsumoto, yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Where does
Please
it
tell
go
me
in
this
the
isn't like-
collection? Who the fuck knows?
Under
please tell me-
Queen.
Queen Emeraldus?
So is this like Fate? Do I have to like buy the entire fucking lineup of like?
Yes.
I don't
Shows.
know.
Put it under L for
The
Leiji.
Anime Collecting Creed says yes.
Sadly, yes. It does.
And then Ragnar Crimson, another
Whoa,
re-release.
what? Ragna? Isn't that the character that Adi Shankar is going to reinvent?
I don't know.
Yes, it was. Okay.
They put this out as a steelbook not too long ago. For its first release. This is one where the guy has a really bad hand on the promo art.
I can see it.
No.
It looks pretty fucking bad right there.
He probably doesn't give very good
That
handies.
Anyway, G-Kids, as we previously covered, picked up The Girl Who Left You Time. And so here's their release for the Blu-ray, which was available for order a couple days ago. But we don't have a date on it, probably sometime in December. And then here's the 4K Blu-ray Steelbook, which obviously I purchased back on the 16th, so it was available a couple days ago.
I'm just glad that I can sufficiently replace the whole Hosoda collection we got from Funimation with 4K upgrades.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna keep mine. I don't give a fuck about the 4K, really.
I'll keep mine, but the thing is I can take that out of the collection without it being like, oh, there's still like whatever. Well, technically there's Boy and the Beast, but I'm sure that's got 4K. Like it was made in 2016?
Yeah. They also licensed it, so it's definitely... G-Kids also picked that up, is what I mean, so... Yeah, a possibility. And then we have from
Suzuki.
Sasuke!
From Animego.
Animego, thank you, Jesus Christ. Animego releasing Sasuke.
I'll put it next to my Naruto for no reason.
This is just a reminder about the Meteor
Is this where his duck butt haircut came from?
Yep.
So, when is the next fucking live stream for Discotheque and Media CD?
We don't know.
Oh, no idea yet? Damn.
Never.
I was looking forward to more Discotheque stuff.
Right.
I thought you were frozen for a second there. It would have been better if you were.
Oh, brutal. So, Stealth Weed. It has gone through an epic journey. The journey involved me having chat operator, and I said, it's broken, fix it. And chat operator decided to install a FTP file viewing plugin. And then it made the mistake of selecting a file it needed to edit and hitting a button that it thought would allow it to edit that file. And instead it created a new folder. And then it said, whoa, I accidentally created a new folder. Can I have permission to delete it? Yeah, buddy, knock yourself out. Little did chat know that by creating the folder, it put the super fucking important file in the folder that it then deleted. And my life was hell for an entire day at work.
Oh.
But alas, when I managed to roll it back, I did find, once I got my site working again, that I had a backup from January of this year. That is the current version of the site you're looking at. It probably doesn't work. But soon I will start a brand new site from scratch because I realized a lot of issues with it while I was going through that fiasco. And I think the solution is just to start over and then sync it to the same store and we're done. Anyway, there's also the OCA podcast store. I have ordered Mad Scientist, Sad Scientist. So ChatGPT generated this image for me. Well, actually, it wasn't Chat. It was Sora, which is part of Chat. This one. And it was so perfect that I thought, I don't want to touch it. But I got to remove the black. So what I did was I removed it in Photoshop. But then I had to scale it up. So what I've done is I've rendered, I've ordered a shirt for this because my wife wants to wear it to Anime Expo. It should arrive on Tuesday, and then I will find out if what I did is sufficient or if I have to do the much longer process of vectorizing it. Stay tuned. That's the bottom line. Okay. Anyway, back to the actual podcast. Resident Evil merch drop from Insert Coin includes Leon Kennedy's iconic bomber jacket. This? Does Leon wear this? What game does he wear this in?
I don't remember, yeah.
I've never seen that. You know what jacket I have seen? The one from Resident Evil 4.
Maybe it's the jacket and without the crap on the back.
Yeah, I don't know. Lady Dimitrescu duvet. No, not even a duvet. A blanket. Mega cringe.
So that's in reverse. She should be sitting on you, not her. But
moving on. Store News 24 has a Studio Ghibli adds beanbag plushies to its anime merchandise store in Japan. You know the problem with beanbag plushies? They all have vagina mouth.
Obscene. Hey, that one doesn't have mouth. That one has ball sack
This
mouth.
one has an actual vagina.
This one has an actual vagina, yeah.
This one.
Gigi.
All right.
That one is
Live-
a vagina.
Life-sized Fuwawa and Mokoko AX Grit statues land at Shibuya Tsutaya.
That's a nice angle.
One might say it is the best angle you could have taken this at, huh? What's amazing about this is that there's like a caustic reflection, or what do you call that? Refraction on the titties caused by the semi-transparent blue that evokes a water-like effect, which is stellar.
Blade?
Right, yeah, it's Stellar Blade.
Of the Immortal. Yeah, no one cares about the other one, apparently.
Only 230 to 320 US dollars for the 1/7 scale versions.
Yeah, not the life-size version. Sorry, you're going to have to fork out millions for that one.
Meanwhile, Brown Dust 2 has released 2 versions of Scheherazade.
What?
There's this version. And there's the version that comes in the case. Oh, no.
Is there?
Yes, there is. This one.
Did you get it?
No.
Actually, this is the version that comes pre-jarred.
Yeah.
Right?
Wanting and needing are 2 different things, Randy. But if they sell it at AX, I might just buy it.
The podcast's new official favorite game.
I don't even give a shit. I just feel like it's a great. I love the recreation. Fucker.
Of the 2D.
Ah! Okay. Fucking small postage stamp sized. I just love the laser thing they did. That's great.
Yeah.
Anyway. 7-Eleven is selling Japan's longest roll of toilet paper. I just realized what that is 7.11 times longer than normal. You know, 7-Eleven.
You just now got that?
I just now got that, yeah. It doesn't even look that much bigger, to be honest. Outstanding mileage for the size. Toilet paper is often the unsung hero of everyday life, sometimes even unceremoniously thrown over the house of mean old Mr. Green up the street. All right. Regardless of whether he had it coming or not, for not giving me my ball back. The point is that toilet paper itself never gets the respect and reverence it deserves, at least until it's not there when needed, and it suddenly becomes the most important substance in the universe. Perhaps sensing this paradigm, convenience store chain 7-Eleven has come up with possibly the greatest and most abundant toilet paper Japan has ever seen, dubbed Japan's longest roll of toilet paper for home use. It boasts a length of 356 meters, or 1,168 feet, about 7.11 times longer than a normal roll, which they estimate to be 50 meters, or 164 feet. I'll be honest, that doesn't look like 7.11 times as much.
Well, no. It is probably, but they probably made it so goddamn thin that
Single
you can
ply. Yeah.
Single ply.
No.
Yeah.
0.5
Half
ply.
apply, right? Yeah, half apply. So you do it half apply. See, because like it's one of those things where like a drink cup that's short and fat holds the same amount as the tall and skinny, right? So like as you go around it, the bigger it gets, the more you encompass with each roll, right? So I can see possibly that this is legitimate. This roll of single ply, not half apply, is produced by Marutomi Seishi, who makes the previously longest roll of toilet paper, the super long pulp 6X roll 300 meters. With their special technique, I can't imagine how this is going to be special. With their special technique, Marutomi can create these rolls several times longer than conventional TP, but maintaining a diameter that's only slightly wider. Okay. This infographic shows that 7-Eleven is having lots of fun with numbers. Not only is the length and therefore width about 7 times a normal roll, the diameter is 1.1 times 1. Marutomi said that they developed the product based on a survey that suggests 1 in 3 married couples were dissatisfied with their toilet paper. One of the reasons being that it gets used up too fast and replacing it is a nuisance. That survey probably wasn't too enlightened, since just having an empty tube next to the toilet roll, next to the toilet, is annoying to everyone except maybe those who really into arts and crafts. Okay. All right. Wow. Speaking of empty tubes, part of their space-saving technique is that these rolls have no cardboard tubes inside. Oh, that seems practical. Not only does this reduce the added waste, but it allows for easy storage. It's great for disaster preparedness kits, reduces overall transportation emissions, and lets you buy a large amount of toilet paper without having to carry one of those suitcase-sized packs all over the place. I don't usually have an armful of loose toilet rolls while shopping, but I guess the basic sentiment is the same. Okay. Considering how ultra condensed it is, you might be wondering how well the paper holds up. Judging by the reviews by the super long pulp 6X roll 300 meters on Amazon Japan, all the comments seem satisfied with the paper itself, and the only complaint is that the roll can get warped as it gets near the end because there's no tube inside. So we can probably expect the same level of quality from 7-Eleven's version 2, and at a suggested retail price of 298 yen, $2 US, it's even comparable to a regular toilet roll, especially from a convenience store. Even if you only demand the finest in luxury for your bottom, it might be worth it to pick up a roll and squirrel it away in case of emergencies. You never know when people might start panic buying stuff. Holy shit! What a goddamn article. This one is guaranteed to be better. Mother slammed for selling 14-year-old idol daughter's dirty outfits online.
Lock her up.
A mother is facing harsh backlash after listing her 14-year-old daughter's used idol outfits on a Japanese resale app with descriptions that highlighted dirt, linked to the girl's name, and seemed tailor-made to appeal to fetishists, prompting many to accuse her of exploiting and branding her a toxic parent. In a case that has horrified both idol fans and everyday netizens, the mother of a 14-year-old junior idol has come under fire for selling her daughter's used outfits on a Japanese flea market app, complete with disturbingly detailed descriptions and references to her daughter's identity. The items for sale included seemingly harmless clothing, like dresses and shorts, but the descriptions revealed far more sinister intentions. One listing proudly stated the outfit had, quote, quite a bit of dirt from being splashed with water or sitting on earthy ground. You selling them to earthworms? What the fuck is that fetish? Another even encouraged buyers to search for daughter's name to find pictures of her wearing the clothes. Online reactions were swift and brutal. Quote, using your child to make money like this is the definition of a toxic parent. If it's being sold above retail and being bought, we all know why.
Above retail?
The listings drew immediate comparisons to Burusera culture, the practice of selling used school uniforms or undergarments for fetishistic purposes. And while the clothes themselves were cheap, fast fashion pieces from brands like Shane, they were being sold at marked up prices, clearly targeting a specific and deeply questionable demographic. It's not even subtle, one IT writer noted. Normally, sellers would clean and present secondhand clothes nicely. Writing that they were still dirty is a clear signal that the item's value isn't the fabric, it's in who wore it. True. Japanese resale.
Because if it was just simply like, oh, she doesn't fit her clothes anymore and I'm selling them, like you'd clean them before you sell them. Not to mention that you probably, like, why would you exploit your daughter's identity, right? That's unnecessary unless you're looking to capitalize on something.
I like the idea that you're selling, like, the White House eBay account is selling Biden's soiled diapers.
Oh,
right?
God.
No, I mean, I think the funnier thing is, I think they're more mad at the fact of, like, there's better ways to go about selling your kid idol's clothes, and you're doing it all wrong, type of thing. Because I refuse to believe that this is, like, not the only time that parents or even the companies of said idol groups have done this. Let's be fucking real.
It says here, Japanese resale platform Mercari bans the sale of used underwear, school swimsuits, gym uniforms, and other items typically associated with burusera, both for hygiene and youth protection reasons. While the girls' outfits didn't technically fall under those rules, critics said it still crossed the line into a gray zone. The mother didn't take the criticism quietly, responding on X, Twitter. She scoffed, quote, "So Mercari is burusera now? That's wild! I just have tons of outgrown clothes." But others pointed out that selling used clothes while actively encouraging buyers to look up photos of the child wearing them transforms it into something else entirely. Quote, "It's no longer about secondhand clothes. At that point, people are buying that specific child's clothes." After the backlash grew louder and users began reporting the listings to Mercari, the mother deleted her post. God, sicko. All right. So we got some interesting articles coming up here. A Yamanashi student jumped from a building after eating legal mood-enhancing cookies sold online. So when we go to Japan, I realize this happened off podcast, but we set some ground rules. Okay. So the things we are not going to do is the hosts are not going to have gay sex.
Yes.
That would be really gay.
I fully agree. That should not.
It was a unanimous decision that we will not have gay sex with each other.
Yeah.
Second,
furthermore,
there are two other incredibly gay acts we decided we will not do with each other while in Japan or with other men while in Japan. We will not be visiting a hot spring.
Forest.
Right? We are not going to go bathing together because that would be super gay.
Yeah.
And we're not going to do karaoke together.
Because that would also be super
that
gay.
would also be super gay. Right? However, if we can buy some legal mood-enhancing cookies, I may allow that. Right. As long as one of us is the designated rope tire to ensure we don't jump from a building.
I volunteer, Randy.
All these things are off the table, but Spooning and cuddling are still on the menu.
Yes, of course. While Reese is underneath that bed. You are welcome to
I'm
spoon and
safe.
cuddle.
I'm safe.
It's risky though, because who knows if that will enhance your mood to make us do those gay acts. Like, it's a huge risk.
It says here, don't take
It'll all
cookies.
just be start coming out. I love you guys.
Don't take cookies from strangers. In Japan, where strict anti-drug laws remain in place, you might find products that claim to give similar sensations to illegal substances, but use ingredients allowed by law, especially in the harder to regulate realm of the internet. Products that claim to give legal highs are sold, but who knows what's really inside them? Last May, a university student in Yamanashi Prefecture found this out the hard way, having ordered some cookies online that claimed to be made with, quote, mood-enhancing ingredients. Shortly after eating some with an acquaintance, he jumped from the second floor of his dormitory. He was hurt in the fall, but none of his injuries are life-threatening. The student was given a drug test by the Yamanashi Prefectural Police at the time, but he was found to have no illegal substances in his system. The cookies he ate were also examined and also found to be free of illegal narcotics. I like the idea that it's one of those things where, like, when you give a girl like water, but you tell her it's vodka, she starts to act drunk, right? It was placebo effect. They told him he's going to get high, so he started acting high.
That's actually a pet peeve of mine when people do that.
Tell me more.
Well, I just
Randy,
can't.
This podcast is
There's
actually
a story
full of
behind this, Randy.
alcohol.
You need to elaborate.
Just so we're clear, I'm actually drunk right now.
Well, one, I do not like people acting drunk. So when people act drunk and they're not drunk, that bugs me even more. Because I know you're not drunk, like in a scenario. Like, I know you're not drunk. I know you haven't drank enough to be drunk, and you're just acting stupid because you're being stupid. And
Randy,
so that bugs me.
I'm sorry to tell you, but those girls wanted your dick. They said, Randy, please stick it in me right now. Take advantage of me. Ravage me, Spider-Man. Don't tell Mary Jane. Stick it in me immediately. Right? So, yes. Next time.
In this scenario, that was not the case. I know for a fact that was not the case.
These girls were saying, "Oh, I'm so drunk. Randy, won't you stick it in me so that I can later say that you assaulted me while I was inebriated?" Right? Then I will get half of the Randy empire.
Oh, no.
All right.
Joked on you. Randy's not my face.
The details of the case would strongly suggest that eating the cookies was the main factor influencing his decision to jump. According to the Drug Control Division of the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare, products sold online may claim to contain legal ingredients, but actually hide illegal substances without listing them. The ministry is also finding and testing these products the ministry is also finding and testing these products and adding any new substances they find, such as synthetic cannabinoids, to their list of restricted ingredients, but said it's difficult to keep up with the rate that new products come out. Readers of the news online were intrigued by how the cookies could pass known drug tests, but still make the guy jump out a window. Maybe it's a placebo effect. Fucking called it. Sometimes just taking supplements gets me all antsy and wanting to move around. What kind of cookies are these? I want to know so I can avoid them. These are the cookies that made you think you can fly? A cookie can do that? At least no one was hurt. His parents must be proud of him to go off to university and do this. Is there really no illegal ingredient? Then I guess it's buyer beware. It's like those extremely spicy chips. We are definitely going to do the extremely spicy adult chips in Japan. If you have to go out of your way to say your product is legal, it's pretty suspicious. It's just like the Yosuke Kubozuka incident. Yosuke Kubozuka is a musician and actor who fell from the 9th floor of a building in 2004 and miraculously survived. He says he has no memory of the incident and no idea why he would have fallen, adding that he never had suicidal thoughts and did not use drugs. The official explanation is that he slipped while trying to take down some decorations, but there is still uncertainty about what really happened. Kubozuka's case reminds us that anything is possible, but it still seems like something was seriously up with the student snack. So if you want to enjoy some cookies, only buy them from a trusted store, or better yet, bake your own cookies using ingredients you purchase from the supermarket. It's fun and way better than putting your life in the hands of some shady online vendor. Oh, we'll bring our own drugs. How about that? Meanwhile, Tokyo middle school girls were hospitalized after drinking strangers' juice. But did they also become pregnant? This is the question.
I think I've seen a plot to this at some point. I don't know where.
3 junior high school girls in Tokyo were hospitalized after reportedly accepting and drinking
3 of
juice
them
from a stranger. Authorities are investigating the contents of the drink as the girls complained of feeling unwell shortly afterward. On the evening of June 20th, 3 middle school girls walked into a police box near Takasogo Station in Katsushika Ward, Tokyo, reporting that they felt sick after drinking a beverage given to them by an unknown person. According to police reports, the girls said they were approached in the parking area of the commercial facility where a stranger offered them juice. Come on. Is there maybe a back alley? Is there a more like obvious place where you shouldn't take something from a stranger? Hey, psst, psst, girls. Psst. You want some juice? Here's some juice. Like, come on. In a fucking parking garage. On the evening of June 20th, 3 middle school girls walked into a police box near Takasago Station in Katsushika Ward, Tokyo, reporting that they felt sick after drinking a beverage given to them by an unknown person. According to police reports, the girls said they were approached in the parking area of a commercial facility where a stranger offered them juice. After drinking it, they noticed it had a weird taste, and they soon began feeling unwell. The girls were transported to a hospital by ambulance and received treatment. Fortunately, none of their conditions were life-threatening, except for the AIDS. Tokyo Metropolitan Police are currently analyzing the beverage to determine what substance it may have contained and are investigating the full circumstances of the incident. While the outcome was not fatal, the case has raised obvious concerns about child safety and awareness, especially when it comes to accepting food or drink from strangers in public spaces. In a world where children are taught not to talk to strangers, this serves as a grim reminder that the old advice is still painfully relevant. Wow, what the fuck? No mention of semen. No mention of what's in the juice. Niigata man arrested for stealing over 40 bikes. Wanted to build the perfect bike for himself. I can relate. I mean, not about the bikes, but sometimes you buy a bunch of shit from eBay so that you can build. There goes my plate. I don't even know where the other piece went, but I'm building. Here it is. I'm building the perfect camera bag strap. That's not going to end well. Okay, all right.
You should make it a bondage rope.
For them. I am way ahead of you.
He's got his body
You
harness.
don't have like the knots and stuff in it.
I'm working on it, all right?
Okay.
Looks pretty gay to me.
You're just going to have to trust me on this one. It will be
Trust the process.
primo gay. It'll be a few days late for gay month, but don't worry. It's gonna
It'll be gay in spirit.
All right.
It'll be gay enough to make up for being late.
Nigata man arrested for stealing over 40 bikes wanted to build the perfect bike for himself. And you will know him by the trail of bike parts. People can often be hard to please and tend to find fault with even the most well-made things. For some, this drives them to do great things. And for others, it drives them to do really weird things. I feel called out. As an example of one of the others, we have the case of a 51-year-old man in Niigata City, in Niigata Prefecture, who was arrested for stealing 42 bicycles. If you were thinking that's way more bicycles than one person needs, you'd be right. Because upon his arrest, he admitted to the police that, quote, I wanted to collect the parts and make a bike to my own liking.
The ultimate bike.
This is me when I was stealing. When I was acquiring office chairs from the side of the road when I worked on that other job, cleaning trash cans.
Jesus
and
Christ,
I built
the
ultimate
chair.
I did. I built the ultimate chair. And then I recently threw away all the spare parts because I got this new bad boy from Costco that my wife gave me. So I don't need it anymore. He was caught on the 2nd of April when he was stopped by a police officer on the street for routine questioning. The officer discovered the bicycles the man was riding. The bicycle the man was riding was stolen and arrested him on the spot. Afterward, the police checked the man's home and found over 50 other bikes. I'm sorry, was he not accused of stealing 42 bikes? Arrested for stealing 42 bikes. They found over 50 other bikes worth well over $1 million yen or 7,000 US dollars in total. Despite the man's claim to want to make an ideal bike, news reports showed the stolen bicycles appearing still intact, suggesting he made no effort so far.
You're just trying to each them out to figure out which one he likes, what parts of each he likes first.
You're telling me he lied? Are you telling me he lied to the cops? Wow. How rude of him.
Sorry. I just realized it's almost 8 and I need my daughter to come home. Lest she be picked up by the bike smuggler.
Oh, no. Or the juice giver. That'd be worse.
Yes. Anyway, so they found 50 other bikes worth well over $1 million yen. Despite the man's claim to want to make the ideal bike, news reports showed the stolen bicycles appearing still intact, suggesting he made no effort so far. Even though the man admitted... Oh, okay. I guess my daughter's already home.
Problem solved.
Even though the man admitted to stealing all of them over the past 4 years, he is currently facing charges for the theft of 35 bicycles and a further 7 charges of misappropriating lost property. A crime that essentially means finders keepers is not permitted by Japanese law, and one must follow due process of turning lost items into police first. Initially, the man said he only took unlocked bikes, perhaps on the assumption they were abandoned. But it was later learned that he had indeed broken some locks to get what he wanted for his master plan. I can't believe it. Holy
Can't trust anything. Oh.
Remember we were talking, I'm having thief fatigue. right? Like, if you would just tell the fucking truth so I knew how to orient my life in the world I'm navigating over all your thievery, I could at least get from point A to point B. But instead, I'm stepping on a goddamn minefield of all of your goddamn lies.
Every time we turn a corner, there's another lie.
It was later learned that he had indeed broken some locks to get what he wanted for his master plan. Although clearly in the wrong, there is a slightly endearing aspect to someone following their dream and trying to make the best bike they can. Is it hot? Is it warm? Can I enjoy it?
Dream.
Oh. My dream is enjoying pizza for every meal today. Which one is this?
The natural Italian salami pizza.
It's good.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
The salamis came separate. I had to put them on.
Oh.
You didn't want to get the pretzel crust anymore? You're done with the pretzel crusts?
Bro, I had that for lunch. I've eaten nothing but steak this whole month until this weekend, and I said, fuck it, pretzel crust weekend.
What, do you just like save the crusts for like one of the meals in the day? It's like, okay, pizza part during, breakfast and lunch, and then right before bed, I'll have the crusts. Sorry, crusts with corn injected into them.
Now he's thinking.
I did request that yesterday, actually.
What actual corn injected
stuffed
into the crust? Corn stuffed crust.
Get on this, whatever pizza places are listening. Put little
$1
pieces
idea.
of corn inside your stuffed crust. It is so goddamn good. I sure waited. I've been ignoring the chat, haven't I? Fuck me. So the podcast crew is not going to have gay sex. Does that mean you're planning on having heterosexual in Japan? I'm gonna have so much heterosexual sex in Japan. I've heard there are some drugs that won't show up on a test. They banned a lot of that stuff here in the
Oh,
States.
you mean galaxy gas?
Remember the story of the young man that ate someone's face? He bought a little packet of fake drugs at the corner store. Oh. I don't remember that, actually.
You don't remember that?
Well, I mean, I feel like that happens all the fucking time. I just thought it was angel dust, right?
No, there was that big like Florida man eats face.
Oh, I thought that was bath salts or something.
Yeah, it was. It was bath salts.
Dude, for the longest time, I heard it as bat salts. I'm like, what the hell's bat salts?
Although clearly in the wrong, there's a slightly endearing aspect to someone following their dreams and trying to make the best bike they can. Some readers of the news seem to express that in comments, while others wanted to know what, if anything, he managed to make. He has a lot of passion. He's just like Dr. Frankenstein. I wonder what kind of bike he was making. I need to see a picture of his bike. I guess he's very particular about bikes. He's not making a bicycle. He just likes stealing and made an excuse. My bike was stolen a while ago. Maybe he's got it. I'm just jealous he has enough space for 50 bikes. Was he planning on making a 100-wheeler? But all the bicycles look in their original condition. Wouldn't they be in pieces if he was making a bike? Is this an image of his actual, like, location he's locking him up? Unfortunately, we'll never know what he was trying to make. Even if he does manage to get through all of this with a suspended sentence for his rather sizable theft, he'd be wise to stay away from any bicycle while on parole. Hopefully, he can find himself a hobby that doesn't require depriving others of their hard-earned property. Maybe something like working out and volunteering. So instead of a bike, he can make himself the best. Oh my God, the best he can be. Oh! Let me finish this slice of pizza. Bath salts. So I talked a little bit to, it would be cool if he had actually made a Frankenstein bike made with pieces of 40 plus bikes. I agree. Instead, they're going to swab it and find his semen all over them. So, as we continue to run out of Attack on Titan Junior High header images and titles, I am proposing that as we get closer to the release of the Grand Manifesto, that we will finish and discuss Attack on Titan Junior High, and then we will move in to the Attack on Titan live action movies so that we can extend out this monstrous marathon by just a few more weeks.
I like how you keep on referring to it as the marathon when it's like, yeah, we're doing so much watching. So much watching right. I mean, you are, but like
I am. I've watched the series so many times. I'm an expert now.
I don't think any of us have actually watched the
Junior
the
High?
actual Junior High.
I've seen Junior High twice before. I haven't rewatched it.
Speak for yourself.
I've seen Junior High once, but that was like 10 years ago.
Yeah. And it was worth it, right? You enjoyed it? It's great.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
I need to
Completely
rewatch it.
underrated. All right. Prepare your sphincters for our SpongeBob. Man dressed suspiciously warm for Japanese summer. Chased by helicopter and arrested for fraud. He was drawing too much heat. Just like every year, the past week or so has been as if someone flipped the switch from nonstop rain to relentless heat, and summer is suddenly underway in Japan. They say this period of mid-rainy season heat is the worst for our health, since the lingering humidity makes it harder for our bodies to properly expel the heat through sweating. Whether that's true or not doesn't change the fact that the past few days have been a muggy mess in much of Japan, and people are doing whatever they can to avoid heat stroke. That is, everyone except one man, apparently, who was spotted by Saitama Prefectural Police in Kuki City on the 17th of June. That morning, the temperature was quickly rising, but an officer patrolling the area found it odd that a man in front of Kuki Station was wearing a long-sleeve shirt and vest without even rolling up his sleeves to get a modicum of relief. Finding that suspicious, the officer decided to ask him some questions. Question: How far do you think you'd have to go before they wouldn't ask you questions? Like if you did that thing where you wrap a trash bag over yourself and tape it to you, do you think they'd leave you alone? Says here, however, the young man refused to answer any questions and tried to walk away, but the officer followed him. The man then got into a taxi, changed to a train, and got on a Shinkansen bullet train for Nagoya to get away from the officer. But by this time, several other members of the Saitama Prefectural Police got involved, including a helicopter that was dispatched to follow him. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, police were checking surveillance footage to see where he had been prior to Kuki Station and cross-referenced it with their investigations. They found that he had used someone else's bank card that he had acquired illegally to withdraw 500,000 yen, $344 from an ATM at a convenience store in Kuki City that same morning. What's up?
I said it was very spooky of him.
Spooky.
500,000 yen? That's not $344.
Can you give me a better option?
Is it? Like 10,000 yen is $100, right?
I wait with bated breath for you to look it up.
You can just Google it.
Googling it. Yen to USD converter. $500,000 is $3,412 US. Oh my God. They lied to us. Reese, thank you for fact checking in real time.
I don't know. For some reason, I just like, that doesn't sound right. I was like, what the fuck? That doesn't sound right.
This fucker stole $3,412.18 US from an ATM at a convenience store in Kuki City that same morning. With that evidence in hand, an officer who was also aboard the bullet train arrested 27-year-old Sho Hara on the spot for his involvement in special fraud. Did he rob Rocio Tom?
Oh no.
For special fraud. Hara is denying the charge and told police, I know nothing. There is a mistake. Wow. Never seen that before.
Oh, wow.
Some readers of the news expressed amazement in comments that the officer was able to spot a criminal so well, while others took offense that wearing long sleeves in hot weather was considered suspicious behavior. Amazing instincts, LOL. They say you should wear long sleeves to keep the sun off your skin. The officer has a detective's intuition. But I wear long sleeves in the summer. Maybe he was hideous. Maybe he was hiding tattoos. Sorry.
Maybe he was also hideous.
He might have also been hideous. What kind of world do we live in where a guy can't even wear long sleeves in the summer? That cop deserves a huge bonus. A nice Montbell Wicron is actually cooler than short sleeves in the sun. He was probably just a bagman, though. They still need to find the people behind it. Oh. He probably has Fraud Mule tattooed on his arm. I'm sure it wasn't just the long sleeves. He was probably acting strange, too. Indeed, it probably wasn't just the fact that he had long sleeves, but how he was wearing them. As the police taught our reporter, Mr. Sato, when he was questioned by them for being suspicious several times.
Perfect thumbnail item right there.
That's the Sore News difference right there, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not a single behavior, but a combination of them that sets off a cop's radar. A habitual long sleeve wearer would do so with a certain aplomb, but this guy probably looked particularly uncomfortable as he was but made no effort as he was, but made no effort to change his appearance. Okay.
There needs to be like a comma or a semicolon there.
Yeah. Here's a guy who knows how to pull off long sleeves in summer. As we've seen before, police have learned to look out for people who look uncomfortable in their own clothing. As bagmen for fraud schemes have often given clothing at least a minute As bagmen for fraud schemes are often given clothing at the last minute in order to impersonate a lawyer, police detective, CEO, etc. Sometimes these clothes are the wrong size or simply don't match the wearer's sensibilities, which is a guarantee that an officer will want to ask you what you're doing. This attention to detail and the fact that they are more or less recreated the final scene of Mission Impossible to catch this guy. Of which Mission Impossible? The first one? Show the police and Saitama are not playing around when it comes to special fraud. Holy shit.
Best thing we got was Mr. Saito.
Mr. Sato? Man.
Mr. Sato, sorry. Gah!
Shall we put it out of its misery, or are you going to scramble to be like, one more, one more, one more?
We do have the article we skipped, but it's almost 8 o'clock. And we've been going for 4 hours and 25 minutes. And my wife opened the door for some reason. I haven't figured it out yet. So maybe we end it here. For the audience, just so you know, I am going to be detoxing from caffeine next week. It will be painful. I will suffer. But the next podcast will probably be better because of it.
Go suck a dick.
Glad to see we have that loaded up into the audio brand as well. Or Greenline just said it. I don't know. Anyway, most of the lawn care guys wear long sleeves and pants in the summer. Yes. But the reason they do that is to keep bugs and shit off of them.
Yeah.
So that once they take that shit off, I'm clean, right?
Yeah. All the the weeding, getting weeds and shit blowing back at you, and not getting rashes from like poison ivy or whatever.
Grass clippings.
Old man, you are describing my normal morning before having the caffeine. So this is going to be a very unfun week. But it's necessary, and I think it'll make the content I produce at Anime Expo a billion times better if I have
also need to see a dick erect.
All right, ending the stream. Good night, everybody.